Hello everyone, welcome to day 2 of the GJ Gardner 2026 Oceania Track Championships. This is session 3 and we have a great morning lined up for you. We're going to kick off with the Elite Women's Sprint Qualifying Event 31 through some scratch racing by the looks of it, some first rounds of the sprinting, and then some IP will get us going. Great to have you back. I hope you enjoyed the coverage yesterday. We'll try and do it all again today. 2 sessions today. This one obviously kicks off here in about 8 minutes. And then the second session, 5 o'clock tonight. I have Dan Garden with me. He is with Jeremy. They're looking very anxious next to me on the desk. They're going to run you through this morning's session. And they'll look after you, I'm sure. So we will just get you underway in a second.
Power to keep sport and recreation safe and fair
is in all of us.
As one team, we can help prevent harm, especially to our tamariki and rangatahi.
Harm can mean abuse, discrimination, or not playing it straight.
So if you see something that's not tika,
or need support raising integrity standards,
The Sport Integrity Commission, Te Kahuro Nui, is here to help.
out here.
In here.
Wherever we play.
Kia ora and good morning. Welcome along to the Oceania Track Cycling Championships 2026 here in Cambridge. I'm sitting next to Daniel Gardner. Daniel, good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Yeah, fantastic. Lovely morning here in Cambridge. A bit balmy, a bit humid, but looks like some great conditions here for racing. Dan, you're the expert on here. What are you looking forward to seeing today?
I'm looking forward to sitting down for the day compared to yesterday, although I've already broken a sweat, so mission failed. Walked into the infield and straight away got stuck onto a bike that had not failed, that had passed yesterday and failed the jig today. So a bit of mechanic work. But yeah, we're up here, air conditioned, nice table in front of us, couple of snacks, courtesy of Damo. And yeah, it's going to be a really enjoyable morning. I think a lot of fast sprinters over here from Aussie, up against our Kiwis. A lot of familiar names for us and maybe some new ones as well. So looking forward to getting to know some of the competition. And yeah, just enjoying the day 2. It's going to be a really busy week, and must admit, day 1 was pretty full on, so just to sit down's pleasure.
Fantastic. Well, it is a hive of activity down here in the velodrome. We can see all the athletes getting ready down there. And so kicking off in about 5 minutes, we have the Elite Women's Sprint Qualifying. Dan, do you want to explain how that process is going to be working over the next period?
Absolutely, yep. So as an endurance coach, this is not my speciality, so don't hold me to any of this, but we will go through as best as possible. We have in front of us a long list of riders. They're going to be entering the track one by one for their flying 200 metre. So this is the qualifying event for the match sprints that follow, and they will progress through to the quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals. So whole competition split over multiple different stages today, but starting with a 200 metre time trial where riders will enter the track, build up some speed, drop down into their flying 200 metre effort and ride as fast as they can from the white 200 metre line, turn 1, 2, all the way around to the finish line just in front of us, in front of the commentary box. And that will seed them for the following heats. So we have top 16 riders qualifying for the 1/8 final. They'll then progress through to the quarters, semis and finals. So that's how the competition looks in terms of the framework.
Exciting. And I mean, the question on everyone's lips this morning, Dan, is do you think we're going to see any records broken? We've got some good stats in front of us there about some of the records. Is it looking like a fast track today?
Oh, everyone's saying that. Everyone's asking that. I do have the magic device up here, so we may, we may disclose some of the air density numbers today. We might have to keep that a secret for the moment. But yesterday was average. I think we were expecting a few faster times, especially in the individual pursuit. A couple of frustrated riders coming off, not hitting their personal bests. But we hold out hope. It is hot, which is good for air pressure. But it is also humid, which is not great for the density. So.
Does the heat there make any difference actually to the track and grip or friction there? Does that make any difference or not really, the temperature in the room?
Interestingly enough, it does make quite a big difference to rolling resistance. So as you can imagine, you pump your tyres in the morning, put a certain PSI or bar pressure in your tyre, and as the day heats up, that air pressure will lower and expand, which makes the tyres harder, which can improve or make your rolling resistance worse. So there's a lot of thinking involved with the preparation and putting your equipment exactly where it needs to be for the time of your race. But answer is yes, conditions play a really big factor today, and I'm sure they're all talking about it down there.
All right, now it looks like we're getting ready for our first rider. We've got the Australian Jalba Imogen coming here from Blackburn Cycling Club. So she is going to be kicking things off for us this morning in the Elite Women's Sprint qualifying. Any advantage to setting an early time there, you think, Dan, or much of a muchness really as to where you're going to be seated here for the qualifying?
Nah, it doesn't make a difference. So these riders will be probably seeded based off previous results, with the slowest riders starting first, but that's not to say they will be the slowest today. Seeding's not always accurate. These riders also have been preparing for this event for a long time, so hopefully we'll see some surprises. And Imogen Jalbart has the pleasure of opening day 2. She's prepped with her coach, waiting for the go-ahead from the commissaire, which it looks like is imminent.
Fantastic. Now I can honestly confess, oh, here we go. Looks like we're just getting the coach starting things off for this, getting ready for the flying lap. So how many laps are we going to have before this actual time kicks in for us here, Dan?
Good question. So we've got 3.5 in total.
Okay.
That's from where the coach is pushing them off onto that red line on the back straight. So as she comes through now, she'll see 3 laps on the lap board in front of us. We're still waiting for our cameras to switch over to this rider. But you'll have the vocals and the commentary to guide you through this first run of Riley, just whilst Damo sets up the cameras for us.
So
he's running over to us as we speak.
Here we go. Here's Imogen. She's just ticked around there that first lap, so going very high up around here on the banks, getting ready to get this flying lap going. We can see the pace slowly starting to build here as she moves down the finish straight.
There we go. We have pictures just in time as she winds up her sprint, receives the bell, drops down into the sprinter's lane, starts the clock.
And here we go, Imogen flying around here, kicking things off here for the Elite Women's Sprint qualifying. We're going to be getting this time up in here in a second. She comes through there looking like it's an 11.082 I'm seeing there on my screen. Is that the same reading you're getting there, Dan? Yep,
Roger. Yep, loud and clear. Really good start from Imogen there. Fractionally away from the elusive sub-11. Yeah, fast start from this qualifier.
Fantastic. So next up we have Riley here. Riley coming from Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club. So we have a Waikato local here. For those zooming in, Te Awamutu is only about 25 minutes down the road, has a very proud cycling tradition. Often coming down here to the velodrome for business house events, as well as having some of the more elite athletes. So Riley here, a bit of home advantage perhaps, bit of an understanding of the track, and we'll see how that plays out for us. Here we go, Riley winding things up. And there is the bell, getting ready to drop right down there into that lane. Fantastic smooth ride here from Riley, coming through and clocking the beam there at 11.154. 11.154.
So Riley was an important part of the New Zealand team sprint team yesterday. Performed really well. It's good to see a new combo there, starting to gel. And we're off with Victoria Smith from Rockhampton Cycling Club.
Fantastic. So Dan, these first few laps, to the uneducated eye, it may just look like they're coasting around, but what's going through the cyclist's mind? What's the strategy or the prep as they're doing these first few laps before they drop in?
To put it simply, they're building speed and height on the track. So they want to enter this timed event with as much speed as possible, and they're going to use the track to their advantage to gain that gravitational potential energy. As we see here, Victoria is really winding it up, kicks hard on the front straight, and drops down into the quickest way around the track, which is the black line.
Yep, smooth transition there. Seems like she's got an excellent speed coming around here into the final bend onto the home straight. So here we go, keeping that form, and we're clocking the beam there at an 11.996 by my maths there. So still haven't had anyone drop down below those sub-11s, but some great times for these athletes starting off. Here is Mawila Willis-Hell from the Norwood Cycling Club, beginning her preparation for that flying hot lap there.
Are we connected? We are looking for some Wi-Fi in this velodrome here. Still loading. Just for some, it'll be really interesting to get some information on some of these riders that we haven't seen before here in Cambridge. If you do have any intel, then drop us some comments. We'll be reading them. But this is Marilla Willis-Held from Norwood Cycling Club. Receives the bell, quite late with acceleration out the saddle, pushing a big gear, but nice and smooth through the back straight. Tidy line, and clocks a 12.2.
So next up we have Hope Haneti. Hope Haneti from Castlemaine Cycling Club, being part of the Australian Cycling Track National Championships program for a while now. And so looking forward to seeing how this is going. I believe from my quick research here, Hope Haneti may have actually been over in Malaysia doing some work as well last year for a track series event around there, Dan.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so each year they have a junior competition, under 18, under 19, and a lot of the nations from Australasia will head over there as part of their development teams and test themselves on an international level. So that could have been that competition.
Oh, fantastic. Well, there comes Hope in front of us now, still staying up high, getting things smooth. You can see really trying to pump things through to get ready for that fast timed lap. Yeah, strong acceleration down the straight.
Tongue out.
Dropping down, cuts the beam there, so we're off. So Hope with her flying lap now coming through. Sticking close to that black line and coming across for an 11.9 there.
You notice how that last stretch head went down. It really is an eternity when you come around turn 4, as we call it, to the finish line right in front of us. So that's not halfway along the front straight, that's much more. And we have our tape switch, our timer there, so we get accurate recordings from these flying 200 times, because of course this is important for this competition, but also for these riders generally recording where they're at this stage of the year, as they hope to progress maybe into future selections for international competitions or even development teams.
So coming around now, we have Ella Liang from the Queensland Academy of Sport. So Ella here, has been competing, I believe. Ella, according to my research here, actually broke the junior women's 1,000 metre time trial record last year in March, which was quite exciting. But here on the shorter distance, we'll see how Ella goes. So maintaining excellent form there as Ella drops down into that sprinter's lane. Here we go. Ella comes through, cuts the line there at 11.799. So as you're seeing some of these times come through, Dan, any observations from your cycling experience?
I'm just getting a prompt from Damo to give a big shout out to Bear Lang, who is over in Aussie. Instrumental in the cycling streaming world, and obviously has family here competing today. And Ella with a good tidy run. It was very low coming through turn 4 there, almost onto the Côte d'Azur, onto the blue band. Really trying to cut those corners.
So next up, going around here, we have Chloe Moran. So Chloe coming in from the Australian national team, was gold medalist in the 2022 Commonwealth Games there in the women's team pursuit, I believe. So here on this individual event, we'll be seeing how things go.
Team pursuit, interesting. So looks like she switched discipline over to sprint then.
Yep, that's what my research has been telling me. So here we go. Staying down here in the saddle, dropping down, cutting that beam.
Really low hand position. Look, they're almost lower than her front wheel. Super aggressive.
Here we go, and Chloe comes through and cuts the beam there at 11.327. 11.327, so it's a third quickest time we've seen on the track this morning, Dan. So still Imogen cutting the fastest time so far, our first rider out there. Out next, looks like we have Caitlin Kelly from G4 Cycling, so New Zealander here going around on one of these first laps, warming things up.
What's your impression of this discipline so far, Jeremy, from the outside?
It looks painful. You can see them suffering in the midst of this, but looking forward to seeing how this hands out when they actually break into their eighth finals, quarterfinals, the semi-finals as well. Looks difficult, quite an intense race, and really just we're talking fractions of seconds here, aren't we?
Yeah, they're looking for a 10th is a big gain, a big win for them if they can improve on their PB by a 10th. Real big kick there from Caitlin. She drops down quite early into the sprinters lane. Some big shouts from the infield, clearly a popular rider here in Cambridge.
So here we go, Caitlin coming around onto the final straight there. We've got an 11.76. 11.76, that'll be the fourth fastest time we've seen out of these athletes so far, with 8 of the athletes there. So we're almost halfway through the women's sprints qualifying. Next up, we have Maya Dillon from the Western Australia Institute of Sport.
So yeah, you say painful, but some of these riders would much prefer to do this than a long, extended pursuit effort, which we saw yesterday with under-19s, and we'll see later on today. So that would be over 16 laps of this velodrome. These guys have not even one, but as you say, super explosive. And every aspect of this delivery into the flying 200 counts. So where they accelerate, how they accelerate, the position on the bike.
Yeah, so Dan, how long would it be taking these athletes to be recovering in preparation for their next event with this lactic acid build-up and the big cardio push they're giving here?
Short answer is you can't. You don't recover fully from this in one day. So they're going so far into their reserves to pump out this high power output. It's all their ATP is being delivered and used to propel the bike forward. You see Maya
coming through with an 11.632, so that's going to bump her up into the 4th fastest time of the day there.
Yeah, pretty interesting physical demands for these sprinters here. And a lot of work goes into their recovery between efforts. You see them on the rollers just trying not to let the body shut down and also trying to warm it up again for the next effort. But it really is extreme what they put, the pressures they put on these muscles and on their biomechanics here. And also all their glycolytic capacity and the energy that they've been putting in is getting used for this, and it's burnt and it's fuel. So you see them at the end of their effort collapsing into the arms of their coaches, and the coaches taking the bike off the track for them, and they're not putting that on. They are working hard for this.
So here comes Emma Stevens from Australia, coming from the Queensland Academy of Sport. So maybe from a slightly warmer climate than what we're used to over here in the Waikato, but Emma coming around here ready to cut that beam and set a time. So drops down through, and there we go. 200 metres here for Emma. World of suffering, something that may only seem a few seconds to us plebs, but is probably a world of pain for these athletes. So here we go. Coming through, and that's an 11.461. We're starting to see some faster times as this progresses here, Dan.
Yeah, interesting how we started with Imogen Jalabert with a almost sub 11, and we haven't yet improved on that. So, like we mentioned at the start of the stream, the seeding isn't always going to be accurate as to what we see in the results. And yeah, we've had some great times so far.
That is correct. Next up, I believe this is Christine Perkins. So Christine Perkins making her way around the top of the track there. And I guess also just getting in some mental preparation for the suffering that is about to come. So
yeah, there's a lot of self-talk going on here. They'll be trying to remember the key points that the coaches left with them as they left the infield. A lot of it's to do with where they're putting the power down on the track. And you see on that back straight out of turn 2, she's really starting to drive the bike forward here. Just keeping as high as possible, almost brushing that fence.
here we go. So Christine coming around now and cutting the beam. So Christine ready here for a fast time. Looks like some good position on the bike there, Dan.
Long and low, good spot there. Is that what you were thinking?
I was. Here we go. 11.53, so 5th fastest time there.
Yeah.
Here we go. They really do go through these qualifyings very quick. I wish Formula One took some tips, I think, from the cycling world there, Dan.
Or golf. There's no practice flying 200s, are there?
No, you're right there. So here we have Lilia Tatarinov from the Australian national team. So we'll be, I'm sure, hoping to set a very fast time here this morning.
So we have super chat going on the screen. Yeah, I've got it here. And it's all new to me, and I'll try.
So last year, Lilia was a bronze medalist in the women's team sprint at the UCI Track Cycling Championship. Youth Commonwealth Games, she's won the gold medal in the 500 metre time trial. So here in the sprint will be interesting to see how that translates. So somebody who has obviously been used to victories here in the cycling world comes through. Nice positioning there as she drops around into that corner, coming in on the final straight. Here comes Lilia cutting the beam there at an 11.011. That is a very fast time there. So that is our current fastest qualifying time there from Lilia. That was an incredibly speedy time there. Well done to her. And following up Lilia, we now have Danica Blinko. So Danica Blinko hoping to follow in the wake of her Australian compatriot there. Yeah, Danica definitely getting into the zone, calming things down. Would these athletes stand? Would they be aware of the times that have just gone before them, or would they just be more locked in on their own one here? Will Danica be aware that Lilia has just set the fastest qualifying time?
I think it's unlikely. I think that might play to some riders' strengths to try and have some competition, and each rider's going to have to dig deep mentally to push through for this Flying 200. So if that's what it takes to bring it out of you, then maybe they will be following results. But most of these riders will have enough motivation, and they'll know their process, and they'll probably want to stay in their own head.
So here comes Danica up out of the saddle there, really powering things, and then dropping down here for that timed 200-metre qualifying.
Yep, dropped down nicely just as she started this effort. Low on the track on the back straight. Improved on her line throughout that, and has finished with a sub-11.
There we go.
First one of the day.
First sub-11 of the day. So Danica there with a 10.99 getting in there. We've got to be pretty happy with that.
Yep, 65k an hour. We can't drive that fast down our local street.
No. Little commentator trivia. Daniel and I live across the road from each other in a street that only allows you to drive at 50 kilometres per hour.
No one's safe in our street. When I mentioned that there was commentator roles needed filling, there was nowhere to hide for poor Jeremy.
Oh no, always harboured dreams, and great for those dreams to become a reality. May not have too much of the cycling prowess, but lovely to be here and help out how I can.
I think you're making up for that in enthusiasm and delivery.
So next up we have Molly McGill. So Molly McGill from the Australian national team as well here. So already going quite speedily around that top part of the track.
Yeah, it's got a lot of pace here.
So Molly McGill, interestingly, has also raced in BMX. Little factoid for you, but drops down here. Here we go. So Molly looking in control of the bike and in control here. Great track positioning here. Very smooth, sticking to that black sprinter's line. Fantastic. So Molly, she's not doing any jumps on the BMX today, coming in with a 10.913, which is our fastest time there. Fantastic work from Molly.
These Aussies are conditioned. They've been racing. They've had their, I believe, state championships last couple of weeks, and they've come over here good form, ready to hit some fast times.
Fantastic. Next on the track we have Olivia King. Olivia King was a road cyclist here, but has transitioned to track racing, and is also a student at the University of Waikato, where, again, some little trivia for you, Dan. I have the privilege of teaching and being a lecturer, so maybe a little bit of bias here that perhaps hope to see Olivia represent her alma mater proud.
Do you bump into Olivia?
No, I do not. I have never taught her. I have taught one of the upcoming races, but not Olivia, so we'll see how Olivia goes on the track here, building up some speed in preparation for that hot lap.
Yep, amazing to see these athletes juggling their university lives with their sporting careers. And she's really gritting her teeth, diving into this effort. Goes low, bounces up a bit, back onto the black line. Really fighting the bike. You can see the effort through her shoulders here. Rolls through.
Oh, and that is a fast time there. Olivia breaking that 10.9. We have a 10.889 from Olivia, which is our fastest time on the track so far. So well done to Olivia, representing the University of Waikato with pride. Who have we got up next? It looks like we have Sophie Watts from the Queensland Academy of Sport.
Really enjoying having the comments section as part of this stream. So thanks to the fans sending some messages in. We see you. The MOJEC. Good to have you on board. And I heard the pylons in Karapiro make everyone strange. Well,
could be true. We prefer not to bring up those things. Actually, in Karapiro, a lot of the power goes underground. Another little factoid for you. But Sophie Watts from the Queensland Academy of Sports here. building towards the 2028 Olympics, dropping down there, hits that mark nicely. It'll be interesting to see how this translates into finishing times. There we go, an 11.2 there from Sophie, rising up out of the chair. Might be a little bit disappointed with that time there on the track, but obviously can make that up in the 8th finals there. So next up we have Elise Andrews, another one of my students. There you go, was one of my students before her cycling success here at the University of Waikato, but
Are you claiming a small part of the gold medals?
I wouldn't say small part, I'd say a significant part. No, if Elise goes on to launch a business or do anything in that space, I will maybe claim some impact there. But Elise, a fairly popular name around New Zealand and around Cambridge after her success at the previous Olympics and Commonwealth Games there.
Out of the chair. Driving forward on the gold bike. Comes through turn 4.
Here we go. So into that final lap, here we go.
Through the gate, down to the 200 line. Lovely drop in there. Bounces a bit high, but she has got pace. You can see that. It's visible. Come through turn 4. Head down. She knows where she's going.
And there we go with a 10.632. That will be enough for the fastest time on the track there from Elise. So very well done. And then we have, is this our final rider from the qualifying? Is that correct there? So final rider in the qualifying here we have Elise Andrews from the Australian national team. So we go. Elise, a couple of years ago, had some great success. She's got some bronze medals, 4 medals in the Oceania Championships in 2024. Began cycling just at the age of 9 on a second-hand bike from her older brother there. So 22-year-old Elise Andrews getting ready to set that time. Here we go into the final lap. Here we go. Let's see how Alicia does. Staying high on the track, ready to drop down and hit that white line. Here we go. Good track position, keeping nice and low around that black line. We're going to see a fast one here, Dan.
She looks rock solid.
10.7. Fantastic time there. So doing some fantastic work there. We can got our final placings up on the screen there where you can see how our athletes have done. Elise Andrews cutting the beam in the fastest time there, but some great times from all of our athletes today.
Some great commentating. I'm loving some of that terminology. What would you describe the coming through the tape switch, the finish line?
Cutting the line. Well, I've kind of been using cutting the line when they've been starting their lap.
Oh no, there's
cutting the beam.
The beam.
The beam, is that a better phrase? Cutting the beam.
I think we'll avoid that one. Yeah, they're cutting down onto the tape switches, which are recording and starting and stopping their efforts. Yeah, we could totally use that. Yep.
Yep. New to commentating, new to cycling, but already introducing some new phrases into the vernacular. So, Dan, what can we expect now? We're going to be rolling into the men's sprint qualifying. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep. Much of the same. These riders already on the back straight with their coaches. Last words of wisdom.
Okay, fantastic. So first up, it looks like we have here Miles Preener from Counties Manukau Cycling. Counties Manukau just up the road, so in the kind of South Auckland region, but does still trip into the Waikato region for our Waikato Chiefs. You may not know that, Dan, but Counties Manukau are a feeder team to the Waikato Chiefs, not to the Auckland Blues.
Right, interesting. I know we celebrate our Auckland anniversary down here in the Waikato.
Mm-hmm. All gets a bit confusing, but here's Miles coming around into his final lap. There we go, line cut. So here's our first of the elite men seeking to set the time and maybe set the tone for what we're going to be seeing here. So let's have a look what Miles can do. miles there with an 11.166. 11.166. So what are we hoping to see today from these elite men? What's a strong 200-metre qualifying time here, Dan?
Some of these faster riders will be looking at a sub-10 if they can for a high-level competition like this. Everyone will have their individual goals, and there's also benchmarks set out by federations that some of these riders will aim to hit. Ultimately, they're just looking to better their previous performances, I'd say, but we all know the world record is now sub-9, and for a competition like this, if we had a couple of riders sub-10, it would be a big success, and it would be compliments to the track and the conditions.
Yeah, that was Matthew Richardson with the sub-9, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Absolutely, spot on.
Okay, next up we have Liam Kavanagh. So we actually have next three athletes all coming from the Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club, known as the Town of Roses, or the Rose Town Te Awamutu, sister town to Cambridge where the velodrome is, and Liam going to be dropping down near to cut that line, and let's see. It's looking like a fast ride here, Dan. Yeah,
Liam's really aggressive with the bike, and you can see he's got that strength all throughout his body, not just his legs.
There we go, 10.1. Fantastic work from Liam there. I think he'd be happy with that.
I think he'd be very happy with that. Yeah, it's a fantastic time.
Kept very smooth on that final lap. Wasn't bouncing all over the show, but keeping things nice and controlled. So well done, Liam. Next up, we have Alex Schuler, also from Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club. Already you can see a bit of a difference from different athletes in their bike setup and bike positioning. What are they trying to get, or how does the setup and the positioning on the bike differ from athlete to athlete, Dan? What kind of difference can that make?
Oh, there's a few aspects to that. The ergonomics are really important with this event. So they're traveling at almost, or sometimes in excess of 70 kilometers per hour. So having control of the bike is a big priority. Once they've got that sorted, they'll be looking to transfer that power from the rider's body into speed. So that's what's happening now with Alex as he throws that bike left and right. He's really generating some torque through those pedals, gets well up to speed.
Wow.
Leg speed is ticking away nicely. Alex comes into turn 4.
Yes, Alex was out of the seat early, and 10.104 there. That's good for the fastest time of the day so far, 10.104. So well done to Alex there.
These guys are really proving they've stepped up over the last year. I would say potentially both PBs, not confirmed, but been tracking both of these guys. So Liam's had some ups and downs with his crash, and he's come back stronger than before, and it's great to see. And Alex is developing really nicely after being a 2-time junior world selected athlete. So he's now moving into the elites, stepping up really nicely with that time. That will put him in a good position moving into the heats.
Here comes Flynn Underwood, also representing Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club. So Flynn getting ready. We might see him really starting to put the pedal down now, up out of the seat there, as he's getting ready for this turn 4, as I believe they call it in the business, getting ready to go. So we should be hearing that bell sound, and Flynn is off getting warmed up for this. Here we go, drops down, bang.
Flynn's got that lovely pedaling technique.
Talk to me about a pedaling technique, because to the amateur eyes you'd say it's just going round and round. What makes a good pedaling technique? Good work there, Flynn, with a 10.2, good for 3rd. But talk to us about pedaling technique, Dan.
Yeah, you can see some riders will be quite choppy with their pedaling technique, and not necessarily worse for speed, but visually we always look for that nice fluid pedaling technique. So they're not wobbling too much. There's no dead spots through that pedal stroke. They're just on top of it, a nice fixed lever through the ankle, and they're able to drive at really high cadence, and that's super important in this Flying 200. They'll be turning their pedals at revolutions in excess of 140 RPM.
Jack Gherkin here, building up speed. Jack Gherkin representing Counties Manukau Cycling. So it's been nice that the first 6 of our athletes all been New Zealand athletes, and all very familiar with this track, I imagine, Dan.
Oh, yep, some of these guys live here.
So here comes Jack up out of the saddle there and getting ready to drop down and cut that white line. So his time is off here for that 200 metres. Lovely positioning there. Keeping fairly low there. 10.8. Talk to me about head positioning, Dan. Like, do you want to be keeping your head down? Do you want to be looking up? What do you want here to be getting that best time? And is it important to be keeping that head in one position?
I think you'll see riders with all sorts of head positions, and it really depends on what their aerodynamic profile is and what they're aiming for here. So some riders will be better off with the head up. Some riders will be so confident with their lines that they can afford to have their head down, but we'll see in some cases you put your head down and the tail of the helmet sticks straight up in the air, and that's not going to be great for the flow either. So you have a few of these program support athletes that would have been to the tunnel, done a bit of testing, but that's very different to race day. So a lot of nerves and also stress going through the body when you're riding around here at in excess of 1500, maybe even 2000 watts. So holding that head in the right place is not an easy task, but ideally they would have one fixed position. They wouldn't be moving that around too much.
Here's Mitchell from Australia, our first of the elite Australian men's competing here, up out of the saddle there. Mitchell seems like he's got quite low positioning on the bike when he drops down into posture there. Would that be a fair comment, Dan?
Yeah, it looked like he, like that drop down wasn't as smooth as we've seen with some of the other riders, but doesn't always relate to speed.
Here we go. Mitchell with the 10.4. Sorry, Daniel, I was interrupting you. You've got to make a comment about the head position.
Just effort level. And that kind of translation to speed. So we see sometimes you put too much effort in and you do lose control of the bike. So if you're well trained and you're used to that, then you can direct the bike exactly where you want it to go. But if you are out of control, then that is a loss and a bit of inefficiency. And every extra centimetre that these riders are going around the track is going to slow them down. So that's why we see them drop down into the sprinters lane and ride the black line. So it is an actual 200 metre effort and not a 200.3 metre effort.
Now we have one of our French athletes here. I'm going to pass over to my European friend Daniel for pronunciation here.
Hervé. See, I've not come across this name before.
Looks like from, as we say in New Zealand, New Caledonia, but as they say in France,
Nouvelle-Calédonie. Merci.
Bonbon.
Butchered, but he is not butchering this ride.
No, Hervé going around very fast there. Coming around, will be interesting to see what time this is going to be. Or really lunges forward there for a 10.8, bringing in the 5th fastest time here.
I would suggest that the track potentially is running faster. We've seen a really nice set of results here, but we'll get our condition measure monitor out in a moment. Have a look after these times come through.
I can't wait. I've been haranguing Dan. Haranguing him to get that little device out so we can get those conditions.
Yeah, because you're shaping up for your ride later today, right?
You know it, yeah. Yep. Late entry. They call it, in North American sports, they call it a walk-on. Here they might call it a ride-in. I don't know. Somebody who doesn't have the skills or ability attempting to join the team.
I think they call that a...
Probably a criminal offence.
Yeah, I was going to... Right.
Here we go. So now we have the Australian Ruben Smith warming up the pegs there for a fast lap, getting up out of the seat.
Blackburn Cycling Club, really fantastic work over in Aussie. So they've got great community input and a lot of events that they put on. And we see that with the athletes come through as well, always posting fast times. And what a great effort there from Ruben, building his bike up to speed.
Yeah, Ruben looking very in control on the bike there, not seeing much bouncing, staying very close to that black line, head staying fairly constant there, bit of a lunge. What's that? Is there much research or evidence that that little bump at the end improves things, or what's the take on that, Dan?
The throw?
I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, I guess they would call it a bike throw, and we're looking to cross that line as quick as possible. So if they time it right, then it is helpful. But if you have that much energy at the end of your flying 200 that you can throw your bike forward, maybe that could have been used earlier in the effort. Not sure. I'm not the sprinter, but they all have their methods. So interesting to see all sorts of different techniques today.
So we have Jared Mann now. Jared from Hamilton City Cycling Club. Hamilton, obviously, our nearest city to the Cambridge velodrome here. So just probably 15 minutes north of here from Hamilton. Is Hamilton City Cycling Club, they well known as a bit of a cycling location in the New Zealand scene there?
I think Hamilton City Cycling Club have got a rich history, and they've always had good, strong number of members. We see that here with Jared, who's been on the scene for a few years.
Here we go. Jared dropping down there nicely. Coming around that final turn onto the home straight there for Jared. He'll be wanting to be going quick here. Let's have a look at the time. Cutting the beam at a 10.3, so that's good enough for 4th fastest today. So we've got some pretty quick times. Haven't had a sub 10 yet, but Alex still with the quickest time of a 10.1. Interesting that the Kiwis so far are the ones kind of holding up. Is that a bit of home advantage, do you think, here, Daniel?
Potentially, yeah. Each track has a different geometry, different steepness of bankings, and length of straights and corners. So these guys would have certainly ridden more laps. They do say Cambridge is a quick track, and that's through the asymmetrical bankings. So it throws you out of turn 1, 2 really nicely. So if you guys, if the riders can optimize that in their training and get used to it, it really helps on race day.
So here we have Noah Mason from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Noah, I believe here, also earlier for a bit of a fundraiser, challenged themselves to cycle 20 vertical kilometres, which is effectively 3 times up Everest. Pretty impressive work there, but Noah not looking to cycle too vertically here, more trying to keep things horizontally as they drop down and cut that line for their fast time. Here we go. That's a very quick time there. The fastest time of the day, in fact, so far. Noah there with a 10.095. If you're watching on the stream, do feel free to jump into the chat and say hello. It'd be great to see where in the world we've got people watching us from. I have the joy of also having my father-in-law from Northern Ireland somewhere in the stands watching this morning as well. So keeping an eye out for him. I think I can see Father Keith just down there watching and stretching his neck at the same time. Quite renowned.
Is there a velodrome in Northern Ireland?
Great question. No idea. But if there, I know Keith has actually come and done a lap around this velodrome just after I married his daughter. Don't know whether that was a lament or a celebration, but decided to go and do this. Enough about me. Next up we have Luke Blackwood from Counties Manukau Cycling.
Luke Blackwood on that lovely new velo bike. Stable through the core. Head position locked. 4.9. Great opening. First 100.
Here we go.
Oh,
wow. Amazing time there of 10.009, almost dropping below that 10 second barrier. Great work from Luke there.
So Luke actually did, he went sub 10 just recently, competition here in Cambridge. So he's right on the money.
Dan, what's the fastest you've ever gone 200 metres around here? Do you know?
I've ridden a tandem for a flying 200, and we clocked a 12.8.
12.8.
So I can't say tandem sprint is my specialty, but do enjoy the sensation of building some height on the track and dropping down. And it's quite terrifying actually. On a tandem, you can see if you're on the back, which I have been as well for flying 200, you can see the frame flex as you drop down into the sprinter's lane, and all the forces push back against you.
That would take a little bit of guts, I imagine, to be trusting in the bike as you're doing this.
Yep, but once you're on the bike, there's no going back, and as we know, no brakes, one gear, you're locked in. So you've got to trust your partner on those tandems. We might see a few of those in the next few days, as we see Jackson winding up, really throwing the bike left and right, drops down. He's got those hips moving, but we know this guy moves fast. 4.9. As
Dan has always said about the cycling, his hips don't lie. And here we go, Jason Russell. Oh, there we go, our first sub 10 of a 9.993. Applause breaking out around the velodrome there. Fantastic work there from Jackson. And he's a local as well from Te Aomuru Sporting Club.
Yeah, you can see that the effort he put into that. And like we were saying, it's not always clean, but that was certainly fast, and he'll be really happy with that.
Great work there from, let me have a quick look at my notes. So that was Jackson, and now we've got Kaio Lart from the Nelson Track Cycling. So lovely to have some of our South Island athletes up here as well. Can you tell me about Kaio? Does Kaio stay up here and train around here? Is he using the Invercargill velodrome? Which one is he using here?
Does indeed. He's a resident up here for the last few years, and is really integrated in a big part of the hub here, the community that train track cycling on an almost daily basis. So you'll either see him in the gym or in the infield, but very big part of the scene. And is looking very speedy with his blacked out skin suit and his helmet that he's been aero testing.
Here we go.
Lovely line all the way through.
Here, 10.153. Well done there to Kaio, representing the Nelson Track Cycling Club with pride. So shout out to any from Nelson watching there.
Shaping up for an exciting sprint comp, don't you think? With so many times around that 10-1 mark, it's going to be fierce competition all the way through today.
Yeah, talk to me, Dan, about what we're going to be seeing in the finals. How does that kind of progress? Is that over a different distance? Is that over the same distance here? Is this mano el mano, one-on-one, the competition where you're trying to get into your competitors' heads here? What goes on?
Exactly. A lot more psychology that is involved with the match sprints that are to come. But yeah, we move from an individual timed event to a one-on-one race over 3 laps.
3 laps, and just winner takes all. No rounds. It's just
no rounds once they're in the quarterfinals. So
here comes Maxwell Lebenek from the South Australian Sports Institute. So very smooth position on the bike there, staying very close to that black line. Big throw at the end. Wow. There we go, 10.1 time there, so well done to Maxwell.
Yep, not much to separate these riders, but this competition does change, and a lot of nuances as you move through the competition and how you change your tactics and your preparation. But these match sprints to come are going to be fiercely contested, and you can move up through the competition or move down depending on how you play them. So we've got a really exciting day ahead of us.
So Xavier Bland here, Xavier Bland representing the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Xavier, again, another one of these road racing cyclists who's made the transition to the track. That seems like a fairly bit of a move, Dan. Do you see people going the other way from track to road, or is it normally from that longer endurance more to these shorter distances here?
I think you see a lot of riders going towards track cycling as a really good pathway towards potentially the Olympics. So if they do show potential with sprint, like this rider may have done, then it's a great opportunity to see how you can develop in this space.
Okay, possibly a little high on that corner, but Xavier, we'll see how he goes around into this final turn. Coming in, and here we go, at 10.04. That's a fast time, 3rd fastest for the day. Well done there to Xavier. Next up, we have Dylan Day from the Canterbury Track Cycling. Canterbury, for those who don't know, again, region of the South Island, where one of our larger cities, Christchurch, is located. Quite a flat city. You've got the lovely Port Hills there if you're wanting some more of that elevation resistance training, but lovely flat city going in there. So we can see here Dylan just making his way around the top at a fairly leisurely pace, getting ready, mentally preparing himself for what is to come.
Which is a skill in itself, being able to ride that slow around the bankings. So they're really pushing these tyres to the limits in how slow they can go, but they don't want to waste any ounce of extra energy as they build into their Flying 200.
Here we go, Dylan ramping things up a little more now. There we go, getting into a lovely cadence on the bike. Looks laser focused, making his way around there. And it's good to see the fans here as well, respecting the athletes. We're not seeing any silly behaviour or anything like this, which is a big no-no in my mind. So here we go.
Dylan looks so at one on the bike, high up on the track. Drops his head there a bit, but nicely on the back line. Quite high up in the back straight there. It's bouncing up, but holding it together and posts a 10-2.
10-2, well done there, Dylan. So you wanting to try and keep us close to that black line throughout, would that be a fair call? Or again, is it horses for courses?
I think black line, quickest way around the track. You get slung out of these corners with quite a lot of force, and if you're fighting it too hard to stay on the black line, then you could argue that actually that is also wasted energy. So you'll see, especially on the shorter tracks with the tighter turns, that you do get slung, especially up towards the red line in that sprinter's lane, and we see that with the team pursuit. So these guys will be just trying to create a bit of flow with the way they move around the track, and not fight the bike, drive it forward, and avoid all those lateral losses moving left and right. But black line is the quickest way around the track. Any lower, then you're risking moving onto that blue band, which is not technically part of the racing track, and the commissaires are quite quick onto that.
Yeah, what happens when the commissaire sees that? Sorry, we'll just interrupt myself there, just to make sure we're watching Finn here, dropping down into that black line there. A little bit of bouncing. Fairly smooth around that final corner. Finn looking to set something head down, really gritting it through. 10-2-5-3. Well done, Finn Carpenter there. Coming in from the Western Australian Institute of Sport. Next up we have Ryan Elliott from the Australian national team. You heard much about Ryan Elliott on the scene there, Dan?
No, I've not, to be honest, but I've definitely recognised that face. I think I've come across him at some competitions before, potentially Junior Worlds last year, if you bring up his age, 2004.
Yes, he's 21 years old, so you're probably about right there. Silver medal in the team sprint at the 2024 UCI Track Cycling World Championships, and a couple of medals at the 2022 UCI Junior Track Cycling Championships. So seem like someone who's been fairly established here. Not to be mistaken with Ryan Elliott, the musician, who is playing in London and New York in the coming weeks.
So, winds it up, out the chair again.
Here we go.
Receives the bell, and he's got the grip between his teeth. Good line, good entry.
Keeping that smooth. Let's see how he goes through this final turn.
Another fast time, it looks like.
I think this is going to be a good one. Let's have a look. 10.014. Fantastic work. That's good enough for third place. Just knocking on the door there of that 10-second drop. So well done to Flynn.
We're receiving the 100-metre splits throughout this Flying 200, which gives us an indication on where they're going to end up. But these riders will have their own way of riding, but typically a positive split. So they'll drop down into the sprinter's lane at the Flying 200 line. They'll be at their maximum speed there, ideally, and they'll all slow down for the second 100. But some riders will hold pace. Some riders will die off a little bit towards the end. But he was 4.9, so that got the commentator down in the infield fairly excited, and then just faded away towards the end there, but still a really respectable time. As we see James Brister.
Here we go, James Brister getting ready. We should be hearing that bell soon as James is really powering his way through here, getting ready to drop on down. Okay, James sounds like a bit of a crowd favourite here. There's a lot of support here. James coming on round. Keeping that fairly smooth. Let's see, is this looking like a fast one here for us? Well, 9.805. I must be getting my cycling eye in because I saw that one as a fast ride there, Dan. 9.805, that is fast with an average speed there of 73.4 kilometres per hour.
What exactly was it that you noticed?
Just seemed very in control and smooth. This is going to sound counterintuitive. You could tell they were going fast, but it didn't look like they were working hard. It's almost like a runner, you know, you see those top runners, just they've got their technique and their form and you feel like you could go run with them, but then you see their speed and you realise, no, I could not.
Efficiency, yep. Tell a child to run faster and they just move their arms a bit more. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going quicker, but these guys, they got their components. They're all stiff, there's no losses through the bike, and if they're locked through the upper body too, they're only helping the drive to speed.
So now we have Tate Ryan here from, let me have a quick look, from the South Australian Sports Institute, so probably used to competing here with James, a few here, so here we go. Tate dropping down there.
High cadence, but he's got some speed.
Yep.
4.8.
Here we go. Let's see what we're going to do. 9.7. We're getting some incredibly rapid times here at the end. The last Kiwi rider in this heats here, Sam Dakin. Dan, what are we hoping to see out of Sam here today?
Oh, you can see the way he's setting up for this. He's focused. He knows what he's doing. He's done plenty of these before. That time from Tate, he may have heard it as he's winding up, and I'm sure he'll be looking to better that. But it's definitely going to take a good performance from Sam.
Here we go. So staying very high on the track there, really wanting to use every last ounce of the angle. So we'll see Sam looking very controlled. Keeping it high on the track here. We might see him get up out of that seat. We'll have a look. There we go. Just powering down that straight. And here, entering what I like to call the pain cave. Sam will be entering that pain cave. He's going to go deep. Here we go. Pushing down, head down, dropping right down there, cutting that line and staying very close to the black sprinters line. A little bit high, would you say there, Dan, on that entry into that final corner?
Yeah, a bit high, also a bit early on the drop, but he's going fast.
It's a good
10.3.
10.3. What would Sam be feeling with that, do you think, Dan?
I think Sam would have been hoping for it better. But lots of riders with different phases right now of their training cycles, and he may be in a specific block he's working towards where he's going to peak later this year. But good to see Sam out there giving it his best, and he's a real local favourite here. So lots of cheers from the crowd.
Here comes Daniel Barber from the Australian national team here. So great to have such a strong New Zealand and Australian representative. So see Dan as well. Yes, won bronze in the team sprint at the 2025 UCI Track World Champion. He's also the 2025 Australian Elite Men's Keirin Champion. No, we're not meant to talk about Keirin when the sprinting's on, so here we go. Let's watch him drop down in there. Daniel going very, very rapidly around there. That is looking like a fast ride to me, Daniel.
You can hear the discs as they come past, roaring. Smooth all the way to the line.
Fantastic. Look at that. We've got a 9.854. Fantastic. Good enough for third. I've got no idea what you meant when you said you can hear the discs. Is that what us common people call the wheels? Or?
Yeah, so these guys are running disc wheels. So there's no spokes, carbon all the way through to improve aerodynamics. But you can certainly hear them as they rocket around these boards as they come past us, commentary booth. And those wheels aren't used in bunch events, but they'll be used for the timed events for the aerodynamic benefits.
So our final qualifier here is Lee Hoffman, who I believe Lee was born in South Australia in Whyalla, but then moved to Adelaide to be a little bit closer to the training base there at the South Australian Sports Institute. So here we go. He was a gold medalist at the 22 Com Games. And then I believe he also, won bronze medal at the Olympic Games in Paris, or as you may say at Paris, there in the team sprint. So a pretty accomplished athlete here. So it'll be great to see how Lee Hoffman is able to bring this home for us. So here we go. Let's see Lee. I'll let you call this one home.
Really wasn't afraid to get up to speed nice and early there. Clearly has a huge gear on he's trying to turn. And he's got it rolling. He's well on top of it. 4.6. He's on for a very fast time here. 9.4. Fantastic. Well done, Lee.
Wow, fantastic time there. Very, very rapid. 0.3 seconds faster than the second fastest. I mean, you can't really argue with the stopwatch, as I often say. So that concludes the Elite Men's Sprint qualifying. Some fantastic work there. I think you can all be very impressed with how they've done. What are we moving into next, Dan?
So we have a bunch event now. We have the para mixed C1 to C5 scratch race, and it appears, looking at the start list here, that we have mixed genders and categories. So we've got C1 to C5 men and women here, with Nicole Murray and the likes of Siobhan Terry, as well as Devon Briggs, all renowned para athletes on the world stage, with some of the up-and-coming local riders too. But yeah, a scratch race, so we've got 40 laps upcoming, and first rider to finish will win. It's as simple as that.
Oh, I like that. And so we've got at the fence at the blue band, when I look at my notes, could you explain that to maybe those watching at home who don't understand what that means, unlike us?
Yeah, just so for a clean setup to these bunch events, they'll start half the riders holding on to the top of the fence at the track on the front straight, and then half the riders will be held by their coach. And at the commissaire's discretion, the race will start, and they'll have a neutral lap where they all get let off at the same time, but both riders will start at the same time, and they'll bunch up together. So it just prevents a really long line of riders on the top rail or the blue band, so they can all start nice and cleanly and have a safe start to the race.
Difficult event for the commissaire to keep in mind who's leading. Do you ever get athletes laps ahead or anything like that, Daniel?
Totally, yeah. So 40 laps is, you'd be going well if you could lap the field, but it certainly can be done. These commissaires, there's a few of them, and they're pretty good at keeping track of what's happening. And if you're looking at the commissaires on the front straight, they'll be pointing to the rider at the head of the race. So if you lose track yourself, it's an easy way to find out who's winning the race. They'll be pointing to the leader, but yeah, some riders will go for that lap gain, and that will put them at the front of the race. So it's a good tactic for riders that don't have a sprint on them potentially, or see a good moment to break away. We'll go through the start list here. From Australia, Capital Territory, Maxwell Sedoltz. New Zealand High Performance, Nicole Murray. Te Awamutu Cycling Club, Lindsay File. New Zealand High Performance, Siobhan Terry. From Australia National Team, Corey Boddington. From Morrinsville Wheelers, Thomas Zabo. And then starting on the blue band from Cycling New Plymouth, we have Gregory Marfell. We have from Canterbury Track Cycling, Ewan Edwards. Counties Manukau Cycling, Quinn Stowe. From New Zealand High Performance, Devon Briggs. Australia National Team, we have Gordon Allen. And finally from Morrinsville Wheelers, Josh Freer. So that's a nice shot of the infield where riders will be relaxing, warming up, fueling, talking, reflecting. A lot of movement there as we pan back to the start-finish line, where our riders will be making their way into the start grid with coaches having the last couple of moments together with their athletes.
Noticing to the untrained eye as well, kind of an array of helmet styles here, whereas it felt a little bit more consistent when we were watching that sprint qualifying. So what would be going in? You're wanting something that can breathe, I imagine, something that's still fast, something that can keep you going?
These races are so hot in these velodromes. I think ventilation is secondary, really, compared to aerodynamics. They've resigned to the fact they're going to be sweaty and overheating by the end of this one. So I think the riders with the aero helmets are probably making the best decision in terms of speed and performance for this race. But yeah, these riders will also be road riders too, and each bit of equipment comes at an expense. Aero helmets typically a bit more expensive and not something you'd want to run on the road. And also something that is now banned from road racing is the aero helmets, but we're still able to run both styles here for these track races. And we'll see if the aero helmets help these riders here, see if there's a trend.
Fantastic. And Dan, you've done a bit of coaching in the para-athlete domain yourself as well. How have you found that? I know I've come and supported you before as you've been a pilot on the bikes, but how have you found that?
Oh, just as a whole, it's a really great community here in Cambridge. You've got some forerunners, Michael Bland, and we've got a few, just to name a few, but the Morrinsville Wheelers Club, they really make it accessible, a good environment, and focused on community. So we've got a really good group of athletes with a range of disabilities that takes different interventions in terms of their technical equipment, but also the way we structure the training sessions and how we structure these races as well. You see some riders may need extra assistance, and that's all accounted for with those training sessions in these races. So generally find it a really good place to be, and I'm learning a lot from each athlete and each athlete support network as well. Typically, like really big, wide support networks wrapping themselves around all these athletes here. And just a very rewarding and enjoyable space to be. So I'm very excited to see this race here unfold, because we've got we have a world champion in the mix. You'll see that with the white jersey with the rainbow stripes. So that's Devon Briggs, who was over in Chile at the back end of last year, who took out this Scratch Race World Championship. So it's an honour to see him here, and he's already under pressure because we have an attack from rider 310, and that is Corey from Australia national team, who is not hanging around with 37 laps to go.
Yeah, so a similar strategy to a road race, would it be here, Dan, or not really? About, do you try and make an early attack? Do you try and stay in a bunch? What kind of your thoughts when you're doing this?
I think these riders will be wanting to play into their own strengths, really. So some will be more preferred to a sprint, some would prefer to attack and break away. You might be an underdog, so you might be looking for an opportune moment to create a gap, but looks like these three riders are keen to move things, or we might have Devon controlling, who needs to be there if he wants to win this race. But the other two, Ewan and Corey, were very active in that initial move. So yeah, completely right. They'll be looking to break things up, narrow it down to 3, and you've got more chance of a victory if you've only got 2 opponents. So looks like we've got a great effort there from Nicole Murray, bridging that gap with a rider on her wheel to make that group of 3 a group of 5. That's going to be really interesting now, 5 and 5.
A lot of dancing around at the front there. So Devon Briggs, very much Cambridge local, homeboy there. So shout out as a fellow Cambrianite there. Youngest member for New Zealand's cycling team at 18 years old, and won gold medal at the Paratrack Cycling in 2024. So he's also won a silver medal in the Sprint C3 event just last year. Shout out to some family watching from Larne in Northern Ireland as well. Always great to have a bit of an international contingent joining us there. So Ben, Jenny and the kids, great to have you. Hope you're enjoying this as well.
You can see who's motivated here. We've got the 2 Aussies really putting the pressure on, and they are about half a lap ahead now of the main field with 31 laps to go. Cooperation doesn't look fantastic in that group, with Corey still driving on the front. He's putting in a great ride here, and he might even get there by himself if these guys don't get together and work together.
Yeah, Corey, an accomplished cyclist in his own right there, a member of the Australian national team, so we can expect some good things here. So let's see, Corey, a little bit of a lead out the front there.
So he's going to bridge this all by himself, get over back to that peloton. That puts him 1 lap ahead of those 5 riders. Devon on his heels is going to make that gap too, and Ewan as well from Canterbury Cycling.
So is this sometimes a chance when they catch back up to the bunch there to maybe catch a breath? I suppose you don't want those trailing athletes to catch you up as well, so there's a bit of a decision to be made here about whether you push on again or whether you take a break here.
I imagine they'll be quite relieved to make contact again and get back in the draft, but you're completely right. They'll be looking around the track, trying to be, if they're looking to win this race, they want to know exactly who else made that junction and who's missing. And if they're looking around, they'll see just behind them there's 2 riders, 2 very strong riders in Nicole Murray, and didn't quite catch the number of the Aussie. The Australian rider is 3:05, so that is Gordon Allen, and those 2 are working really nicely together, pulling half lap turns, so they've got common interests to make that junction, and they'll both be then sitting prime for a good top 5 finish today.
That's good there. So it does look like Corey's made his way to the front of this bunch again, but right on his tail there we still have Devon, so could be an interesting finish there as we're coming up to 25 laps, so almost halfway through this scratch race.
Big long turn from this rider Gregory Marfel on the front, so clearly finding it more comfortable to dictate the pace rather than deal with the surges. That's another good tactic if you're not enjoying the back and forth.
Yes, so father-in-law Keith has actually just joined the commentary box, so here he is watching on board as well right here. But it's a tight race. We'll be interested to see how things go at the end here. We often get sprint finishes in these events, I imagine, here, Keith? And looking forward to seeing, yes, how this is going to result. Some great names on the list there. I've also just got to give a shout out to the Morrinsville Wheelers cycling team. Morrinsville, just a town, again, about 30 minutes away from here. So the Waikato having a strong cycling contingent thanks to the development here of the Cambridge Velodrome. And so that there is 22 laps. Definitely pace has slowed down a bit here where the athletes are jostling for position. I mean, I always call the scratch event as, it's like chess on wheels, Dan, is what I've often said. You've heard me say that before. And so you want to be making sure you're playing the right moves at the right time. Don't want to castle too early, to stretch my metaphor perhaps to the absolute limit.
How would you play this?
Well, I'm no athlete, so I wouldn't. But if I were, I would definitely be trying to just sit in behind there, probably selfishly trying not to do any work at the front, conserve my energy as much as possible, and get ready for probably around, I'd be looking around the 4 or 5 laps to go, making a bit of a push. What about yourself there, Daniel?
Oh, yeah, so playing the long game, moving those pawns forward and looking for checkmate.
You know it, little bit, maybe even a bit of an en passant if I'm looking there, but just a little look, yeah, definitely a look around to try and get to grips who's where. It's an interesting race here brewing.
It's definitely calmed down, all riders taking their turns on the front. Yeah, we're getting to the stage now where these riders will be making a decision what they're going to focus on here, if they're going to look to break away or if they're going to hold out, choose the right wheel and look to sprint out the finish. But we do have those 5 riders ahead of the race. It looks like one rider just being distanced off the back. Another big surge from Corey.
It's Corey. He's been surging the whole time, really. He's been the one who's been setting the pace. I mean, going out there at 17, is this just another attempt to try and separate the bunch and stomp his foot down early, would you say there, Daniel?
You know, he could also just be a racer, just loving what he's doing and trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, Devon really trying to keep him within his grips, and it looks like he might just be starting to wheel him back in. It looks like that gap's not growing. Would that be a fair call there?
Yeah, it looks like Devon's hot on the heels and has closed that one up nicely with a bit of a shake of the head there from Corey Boddington. This is an opportune moment if Canterbury rider Ewan Edwards wanted to get a gap and go for it himself, but swings up.
Juggling around, they've definitely turned this into bit of a 3-man race here, so looking forward to seeing how they're going to juggle this round. Slowed that pace down, a little glance back over the shoulder there as well, just to see where everyone is sitting.
So, a few riders all over the track now, with 2 dropped out the main field, 3 off the front of the bunch. All 3 did make that initial lap gain, so they will be in contention for the win. But they have caught 2 riders that just were distanced off the back of the bunch now, so getting a bit complex. Hopefully they'll make their way through as we head into the final 3K of this race.
All right, still some big crowds coming up from the big cheers coming up from the crowds is what I was trying to say there as they're celebrating these people coming around. But again, the pace is definitely slowing down. I think there's going to be a bit of a chess match ready here, waiting to see who's going to win this. A little bit of a chat there between Devon and Ewan. Don't know whether they're building something up here or not, but there's glances left, right and centre here talking about what they're going to be doing. Definitely got the whole bunch back together, coming up here, I think, with 10 laps to go, so into the final quarter of the race. Lindsay File there from Te Awamutu Sports Club currently taking the lead. Lead of the group, that is, just to be very clear with my language.
What are we expecting, Jeremy, from this final? And now we've seen a good 30 laps of these riders, getting to know their styles.
Yeah, I think Corey would be disappointed if he wasn't near there at the front. I think we're going to see one more attack would be my guess, just from what I've seen here. We might see that pace going on and the hammer being put down there, but would like to see Devon there up in the places. It's an interesting race. It's an interesting race, and I think we're going to start seeing that pace really start to improve in the next few laps here.
Okay, so lots of looking around. It's a bit cagey, but these guys and girls will start to be choosing their wheel for the sprint, working out who they think would give them the best lead out into the sprint. And as we say that, Ewan has established a small gap. Is he going to persist with it? I think he might.
This is interesting. A bold move from Ewan Edwards there from Canterbury Track Cycling, really making a push here. Looks like he might be getting wheeled in, but I do like to see the aggressiveness. Yes, moving high up on the wall there. Does that open the door? Let's see. Getting back on the wheel. Oh, it is a delicate dance around here, is it not, Dan? But we can see Devon there and then Ewan dancing around together, but coming in the inside was that our friend Corey jumping back in the mix there as well. We'll have to look at the commissaire as we come around the corner and see who we're going to get that magical finger pointed to.
Okay, pace is settled as they enter the final kilometre.
Yeah, four laps to go. I imagine the pain would be real at this stage, but really looking to get those reserves and get ready to dig deep. So looking forward to maybe some fireworks here.
The two high-performance New Zealand athletes, Siobhan and Nicole, just controlling at the front here as we build into the final 2 laps, and these sprints will start getting initiated as we see Ewan over the top.
Here we go.
Launches early.
So there goes Ewan digging deep there. Coming around, we'll be seeing if he's going to have enough to hold on to this. This is an interesting wee race there.
What an effort. He went long and he's still got that gap. 1 lap to go now.
He's digging deep here.
Devon makes his move round Corey. Just a bit caught out there, but he's got pace and he's running out that wheel.
Oh, here we go. Let's see. Devon looking maybe to make this move on his compatriot around the outside. Going to be a close finish here, do we think? Fantastic race there. Fantastic race. Devon coming in first place, I believe there. So Devon from New Zealand High Performance, our Cambridge local. Fantastic ride, but also big shout out for Ewan Edwards for making those attacks there. I thought there was some real bold racing. Corey, again, great race from Corey as well. Appreciated him putting his foot down throughout the race, bringing some fireworks and really testing some of the different athletes and their abilities there.
This race in particular is split up into its individual categories for the results. So as we saw the race unfold, there are races within the race. So we'll wait for those results to be split up and finalised. But well done to all athletes there, and Devon not being the only winner there. There'll be a few others once they split the categories up and the genders. Okay, well, the whole event's been running very efficiently so far, and if that's anything to go by, it won't be long before we dive into the individual pursuit qualifying for elite women. Which is a change of discipline, change of style of race, and it's going to set us up for the day of individual pursuit for these elite women and elite men to follow.
So moving up next, we're going to have that 1/8 final. So this is the elite women. So looking forward to this. Got some exciting heats coming up with the winner of each heat qualifying through to the quarterfinal. Our first heat here, we are going to have Elise Andrews against Hope Hanati from the Castlemaine Cycling Club. So we're going to be having, like I said, Elise Andrews there, New Zealand High Performance, and representing the University of Waikato as well, against Hope Hanati who's one of our earlier ones there from the Castlemaine Cycling Club. Looking forward to seeing how the athletes go on this over this 3-lap distance. It should be an interesting race, so we'll just be seeing the athletes getting ready out there on the course. Going to be starting in about 10 minutes time, I believe, is that right?
Yeah, we'll have a breather, so you can get a breather.
Fantastic, I'm looking forward to that, so we will see
We'll
you back here in about 10 minutes time.
Flick you over.
I would be really excited to see people pick up cycling and take that beyond the school gates, beyond the velodrome, beyond the mountain bike tracks. We structure our cycling program at St. Peter's from pathways to development to HP in 3 disciplines. We have mountain biking, track and road, and we provide opportunities for everybody. We invite people who are just learning to ride a bike to people who are trying to think about the Olympics. Cycling's a really good option for everybody. You can do it indoors, you can do it on a trail, you can do it on a park.
So my cycling journey began way back when I was in year 7. I started out on the road, and I actually had an incredible group of 5 other girls with me. We all had our first event at the North Island Road Secondary Schools Champs, which we fought really hard, but we just hadn't had the same level of exposure as some of the other year 8 teams had. But it really built an incredible culture and environment behind us that then pushed us all into doing track.
So as a junior cyclist, I feel like the older kids in cycling really give you a push along, like they really help you and they want you to be better, which is, yeah, really nice. There is a pretty big junior squad for year 7 and 8.
I think success looks like in cycling when we develop a love of the sport. Cycling's not just a sport, it's a mode of transport, it's a means of freedom. There's going to be a bonus double points sprint somewhere in the middle. You'll know because the bell will be rung extremely aggressively.
For me personally, in the last couple of years, I believe that it's been really important to build a connection with the people that I've been riding with, especially some of the younger ones. I would really like to try and leave behind a legacy of connecting with everyone.
To me, the cycling program excels in opportunities, and I think we're one of the best programs in New Zealand in terms of that. We offer a lot of options, not just on the track, on mountain bike and road, where they can excel internationally, nationally. We provide one-on-one coaching, we provide lots of different options in terms of nutrition, training advice, skills.
I think the really awesome part about cycling is it doesn't matter whether you're just in for one discipline. All of the different disciplines are very easily adaptable. You can shift between them as often as you want to, and it's not super scary to do that either.
I do track and road and a little bit of mountain biking.
We try and structure our training program to peak at certain times of year and prioritise fitness at other times of year. We have multiple trainings a week and cycling's year round.
Luckily we have Rushley Buchanan. She's a very good cyclist. She's a former Olympic person. She's awesome. The skills I'm learning are cornering, descending and climbing.
Or a chill bell will signify the next lap is a sprint lap. Normal points, okay, 5, 3, 2, 1. Our major cycling values are respect, accountability, ownership and leadership. I think that it's really important to own your own journey. It needs to be purposeful and you need to feel like you belong, and that's what we try and encourage here in the cycling team.
It's super encouraging. Everyone who does it is really lovely, and you almost find lifelong friends that you're going to continue cycling with in school and out of school as well.
I've made lots of friendships. Everyone's just so nice and you just get those bonds, and in the train of people on road you just get to know everyone.
Balancing the need for participation and the drive for high performance is really critical in cycling. Cycling's a major sport in New Zealand. We have a lot of Olympic medals from the cycling team, and so here in Cambridge at the Grassroots Trust Velodrome, we're literally in the home of cycling, so success is visible every day. Go Johnny! I believe cycling encompasses body, mind and spirit perfectly. To ride a bike you have to be focused, you have to be determined, you have to know what's going on in your surroundings, but it's also quite a relaxed sport.
A lot of being out on the road is being involved in some traffic occasionally. We're lucky enough in Cambridge and our locational context to not have too much of that. The ability to communicate, you end up next to someone when you're riding in a train, you have to be able to talk to them, you know, you get to know them, have a good time, and I think it turns it into a social event and helps that time pass by really quickly, which is great.
It's really a sport for holistic development. You have to think while you're riding your bike. It's very social. You'll always meet other people.
Cycling doesn't have to be anything huge. You know, you can go out for a really easy mountain bike around our school ring road or into town. We've got heaps of different cycling pathways really near school, and take it as easy or as hard as you want to, really.
Everybody belongs, everybody's here for their own purpose, but for the purpose of the whole team as well. Having a facility like this, the velodrome, and some great trails and mountain bike tracks here in Cambridge means there's always an opportunity to ride your bike.
Right, not too far away from starting the medal presentation here at the Grassroots Trust Velodrome here in Cambridge. Still a lovely day out there. There's a shot. That's in front of the velodrome. So you see the Bikery Cafe there. We've got a cafe in the velodrome, and that's looking out towards the north. It looks like we're very much out in the country there, but we're actually only 5k or so. Actually probably about 2k actually. 5k, far too far. About 2k from downtown Cambridge, if there is such a thing. I think, not exactly sure what the population is currently of Cambridge. I don't know much, do I? I should, because I live here. But that said, Cambridge has certainly been growing. It is about an hour and a half south of Auckland, so we don't deal with the traffic. And as you probably saw in the St. Peter's video there, it's a great place for riding your bike. There's regular rides. There's mountain biking literally 15 minutes away. Rotorua, which is world class, is an hour away. Yeah, it's pretty handy. It's about an hour and a half drive to Auckland, an hour to Taupo. If you want to go to a beach, about an hour away. But it's still got a great vibe. Lots of high performance athletes live here. High performance sports is here. Rowing is here. So yeah, I'm trying to sell it to you really. A good spot if you're thinking you want to camp, a cycling camp. We can do it here. We got places you could come and stay, ride, road, track, mountain bike, whatever you like. And there's plenty of people here to help you put that together. St. Peter's right next door. You saw they've got their program. They got a big cycling program there at the velodrome. Their partnership with the velodrome there. It's right on the doorstep of their campus. They have a farm, a golf academy, equestrian. It's a big school, that one, and they're a big part of the cycling community here in Cambridge as well. Not a whole lot of movement going on in the infield, I have to say. Got Dan sitting here, he's having a swig of his water bottle, not quite sure what's in that. And riders still circulating around. If we look at the schedule coming up, I think they've already probably mentioned we are into some sprint rounds and then some IPs, which should be great. Later on tonight, Elite Men's Scratch Race qualifying. That is going to be a cracker. So it's such a big event. And I must say, last Oceanies I didn't see so many riders here as we have here for this one. To have qualifying heats, that's awesome. That means it's really going to be full go. I can hear Hano in the infield. I think he's still trying to round up the troops. Hopefully won't be too far away. If you've got friends and family, let them know where the live stream is. It's obviously free on VeloX. Certainly big thanks to our sponsors, GJ Gardner are the main sponsor for this, and Road Nationals, which we had earlier in the week. They're GJ Gardner Homes of Waipa. Fresh Choice Leamington. It's on the other side of the river from the velodrome here. They're a sponsor as well. They have a banana bar, they're telling me. Yeah, I can see it. Not sure if we can get a shot of the banana bar. I haven't got the camera guys up and at it at the moment. They're having a breather too, but there is a banana table. So that's Fresh Choice Leamington. Amber Nurseries, or the Amber Garden Centre, Subway, the Sports Integrity Commission, who are a big sponsor, and we have a little bit of a clip at the start of each session with them. Velo Bike Innovation. Velo X, which is us. That's the live streaming, but we are all voluntary. We haven't had too many problems so far. Hopefully it stays that way for the rest of the week. Acre Farm, just down the road. It's a lavender farm, and Skoda, New Zealand. Right, I do see some movement. I see Hano over at the table. We are going to flick the screens over here. If I can multitask. We'll get that underway shortly. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Technology works. Podium ready and waiting. Well, enough of me. I will hand you over to the infield commentary of Hano there, and then we'll be back for some racing shortly after that.
Right, for the medal presentations, we're looking for Nicole Murray, Siobhan Terry, Gordon Allen, Thomas Zabo, Devon Briggs, Corey Boddington, Ryan Edwards, Lindsay File, and Quinn Stowe. And also Gregory Marpel. If we could have all of these athletes across here, please. The medal presentation for the woman C1 to C5 scratch race will now take place. The medals will be presented by Tony Mitchell, President of the Oceania Cycling Confederation and a member of the UCI Management Committee. In first place, and winner of the gold medal in the C5 category, Nicole Murray, New Zealand. Congratulations, Nicole. And now the medal presentation for the women's C4. In first place, Siobhan Terry, New Zealand. Medals presented again by Tony Mitchell. Congratulations, Siobhan. The award ceremony for the men's C2 scratch race. In second place, Thomas Zabo, New Zealand. In first place, and winner of the gold medal, Gordon Allen, Australia. We will have a photo op for all of our para medalists at the, just at the conclusion of this, so if all of those athletes could just stay here for the moment. Congratulations to Thomas and Gordon. The medal ceremony for the men's C3 scratch place will now take place. Medals presented by Tony Mitchell. In second place, Corey Boddington, Australia. In first place, and the gold medal, to Devon Briggs of New Zealand. Always looks good to see the rainbow jersey in competition. We now have the medal presentation for the men's C4 scratch race. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, Quinn Stowe, New Zealand. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, Lindsay File, New Zealand. In first place, and winner of the gold medal, Ian Edwards, New Zealand. I've written it down wrong. We've got Gregory Martel. another medal ceremony for the C5. The winner of the gold medal to Gregory Marspel, New Zealand. For all of those riders, they just come up by the podium.
Here we go. Welcome back to the first heat here in the Elite Women's Sprints 1/8 final. Sorry, it's been a wee spiffy since we've been here, but we're all back together and ready to go. And so our first one here is between Elise Andrews and Hope Hanati. So starting off, I think this would be a good time to bring in Dan, just to maybe, Dan, talk about what's going on here, because to the untrained eye, this can look like a bit of a funny race. We call it a sprint, but they're moving at a pretty slow pace. You wouldn't call this helter-skelter by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not at all. So these guys have made their way through to the 1/8 final. Elise Andrews here up against Hope Hanati. So these guys will have 3 laps, and first over the line will win. Simple as that. So they will be using their tactics and their mind games and their strengths to try and beat their opponent in a few different ways. But Elise is she's building some speed now, actually forcing Hope to up the pace as well. Also has a bit of height too, so might use that to her advantage as she drops down into the sprinter's lane, coming into the bell lap.
And here we go, Elise still staying up high here, putting the pedal to the metal down here now, coming round. So here we go, moving around on the outside there. Elise, Hope getting out of the seat to try and catch up there. But it does look like Elise is going to have this one here in the bag. Would that be a fair call? Well done to Elise coming around through there. So Elise moving round through in that first heat.
Yeah, these heats are interesting, and you can't. You got to take every opponent seriously, and we've seen cases before where a rider seated at the back will go through in maybe last position, but then pull a real surprise in these sprints. So Elise qualified first. Hope was there in 16th, and real great opportunity for Hope to come up against an Olympic champion being on the same boards in the same race and maybe learn a few things. And she put up a really good effort there and was flowing through the track nicely, holding Elise nice and high and dropped down. But ultimately, Elise has that raw power and accelerated by fairly comfortably.
So to those, if you are just joining us here, welcome along again to Session 3 of the Oceania Track Championship, Day 2 here. Proudly brought to you by GJ Gardner Homes. Now, we're moving into Heat 2. This is the Elite Women's Sprint 1/8 Finals. And so in this we have Alicia McCaig versus Ella Leung, two Australian compatriots here. So we have Alicia from the Australian national team, Ella from the Queensland Academy of Sport. And here we go. So we have Ella in the lead here, leading off here, and Alicia just following along slowly behind. So I believe the rules have changed from my fairly intensive knowledge here of track cycling. You can no longer stop on the track. Is that correct there, Daniel? You must always be moving, having some kind of forward momentum.
Yep, I thought that might come up in conversation. We have had track stands in the past, but now we have, look at the commissaire just walking alongside these two riders, making sure they keep momentum. Would you like to read out, did you come across a clause or a rule change?
I did not. I still don't have my encyclopedic knowledge of this, but I'll quickly try and find this if I can.
So they'll be looking, in this instance, seems like the rider on the front would prefer to be on the back. So she's slowing down, seeing if she can just tempt the Australian rider to switch positions. Doesn't seem to be working yet. They're both just at a slow pace and coming into the bankings. They're going to have to lose a bit of height now as the track gains in steepness. Commissaire still following closely.
Okay, very cautious here. We can see really no one wanting to. It's a game of cat and mouse, I guess is what we're saying here. But no one wants to be that mouse, Dan. No one wants to be the mouse. You know, we all want to be the cats here. So, I mean, how long will they go at this pace is anyone's guess. Commissaire can't really say hurry on up or anything like that, can they?
Well, they can if they go if they take too long, and if they start track standing, then they've got 30 seconds stationary. So once those 30 seconds are up, they'll be off. But looks like we have a kick.
Yes, I think we do have a kick there from rider number 88, Alicia McCaig. And so here we go. Ella frantically trying to keep on a towel. We'll see what's happening here. Look back over the shoulders. Right on a towel and getting up on high. Dropping down. Oh, a bit of a closer race this one so far. We'll be interested. Another glance back there from Alicia. We'll be seeing what's happening, but Ella trying to make her way around there on the wheel. This could be a bit of a close finish here. We'll see. Is Ella going to be able to pull this round, or is this something that Alicia is going to be able to hold on to? And coming down the back straight, it looks like Alicia McCaig has held out there. So well done to Alicia. That was a good race, an exciting race, Dan.
Yeah, it was. Those two stayed very close together, and that's something we don't always see in the first couple of heats in the 1/8 finals, because as we mentioned, the fastest qualifier would be up against the slowest, and then second fastest up against second slowest, and so on. So the discrepancy in level is quite often large for these first few heats, and as we move through them, we'll get tighter and tighter in terms of physical level for their flying 200, but that's not to say their match sprinting prowess and technique is similar and aligns with their flying 200. So we can see really good match sprinters that don't necessarily have a good flying 200, and vice versa. So it always brings some surprises, and these guys can't be too complacent if they've qualified fastest, because there's a lot of good quality track cyclists here, and they've all been shaping up to this Oceania Track Championships for a couple of months now. A really important part of their season.
Yeah, so next up we have Olivia King from New Zealand High Performance there, up against Caitlin Kelly from G-Force Cycling. So if I'm not mistaken, these are two Kiwi athletes. So they'll be going up against each other here. Do you know how the inside-outside line is determined at this qualifying? Is fastest get the outside lane, or how does this work, Dan?
Good question.
Not quite sure.
Yeah, either that or they are given a random number generator, 1 or 2.
Okay.
Not entirely sure.
Here we go, and so we're looking here, Caitlin with the lead, I believe, out here, looking back over her shoulder at Olivia, just moving up height here on the straight. It'll be interesting to see this one already moving at a slightly faster pace there. A little bit of a fakie there, as we call that in the business, with Olivia doing a wee head fake, looking like she was going to drop down on the inside, but interesting track position here. Yes, Caitlin really covering her off well on the outside. Difficult skill to be able to ride around here whilst looking back over your shoulder and just catching those glances, because you don't want to be caught out in this. Here we go, dropping down. Let's see. Here we go. Both athletes going high on the bike. We're going to see who's going to be the first one to drop down here. Okay.
So both drop down in a similar pace on the track. Olivia quite confident there and has already made the pass on the back straight. If she takes a look now, she will know to maybe ease up a bit, save her legs for the next round. But valiant effort from both riders there.
Yep, great race. I love to see that cat and mouse dance around the top there. It's fantastic to see. So well done to Caitlin and to Olivia. Next up we have Molly McGill from the Australian national team up against Maya Dillon from the Western Australian Institute of Sport.
Both coaches just helping their riders mount their bike, get their straps all lined up and tightened.
And perhaps even just some last-minute tips, getting just those last race psychology or strategies kind of in there. Would that be a fair comment, Dan?
Yeah, each rider will have their ideal last few little moments, what they want to do. Some might prefer silence, some might want to be reminded what they're doing, why they're there, but each rider has their own way of doing it, and as we see these two riders getting rolled up next to each other, it is a really tense moment in this discipline. With the two riders so intimate, close to each other, and quite often the mind games will start the moment they're rolled up, as we can see.
Yeah, you might sometimes see some little stares or glances between these two, but here we go. Number 97, Maya Dillon, leading off there with Molly McGill following.
Molly McGill. Predominantly white with the green and yellow.
Interesting question from Jamie there around placing bets. No, you cannot place bets over this stream. Sorry, we sports purists here. Bit of a gap here. Just interesting pace here. Maya still leading out with Molly there, going a bit higher there, building things up. How do you see this one shaping up, Dan, from this race so far? Maya in the yellow, Molly up there on the high and the white.
Yeah, both playing their tactics really well here. So Molly in the white's building some speed and height, so she's in a really advantageous position here to run out that wheel, and look at that momentum gain just from dropping down.
Yes, great move there. So looks like Molly will probably have this one, might even be able to ease off just at the end there, but great racing there from both of our two athletes. Well done. So moving through into the next round. So that's halfway through the heats here for the 1/8 final. Up next we have Danica Blinko and Christine Perkins.
So these rides
This heat in particular is quite ruthless. So winner moves through to the quarterfinal, and that will be the only heat for the round. So no slip-ups, no space for that. You really have to be locked in and ready for these match sprints.
And that's what they train for. That's what I always say, Dan. You train for these events. You don't train for a mistake, do you? You want to be locked in and giving your best here. So up here again, on the high side here, we have Lilia. On the inside there, we have Emma Stevens. So not sure quite what happened to Heat 5. We seem to be jumping to Heat 6, but that's okay. There we go, and they're off. So Emma leading things out there with a look back over her shoulder at Lilia. Again, another perhaps slow side, both using the very much the inside part of that track there and just going at a very leisurely pace.
Yeah, so the lead rider must stay in front until the red pursuit line on the back straight. And from there, they can look to swap positions if they would like to.
Yes.
For now, both riders quite content at a slow pace.
Lilia with a few little fakey dives, I think they call that in the business, looking to duck down the inside there just to see if she can trigger a bit of a move or a false start or anything there from Emma, but Emma's not taking that bait.
She's really got that vision perfected, Emma, on the front there. Head back, clear view of her opponent, and is taking advantage of it by just stretching that gap out a little bit.
Oh, interesting. We haven't really seen too much of this. The race started this early on in the piece here with Emma really just putting her head down and going for it. So it'll be interesting to see if this plays out here. Still covering off on the outside there, which is fantastic. Let's see. Oh, this is a great race. Oh, Lilia able to make her way around there on the outside. Emma frantically doing everything she can to try and pull back, but unfortunately I think this might be a bit too late. So well done to Lilia there. Fantastic race between these two Australian athletes. That was one, possibly, I don't want to say it too quickly, but I might even say race of the day so far.
That was super exciting, and you see two athletes definitely just trying to use the best of what they've got, and Emma there knew potentially she didn't have the legs to come around, and was really trying to hold her opponent right on the hip, right and high, leave that race as late as possible, and it was a fight for the front on that back straight, and she just lost it, but until that point rode pretty sublime race. Super impressive tactics there.
Interesting question coming through on the chat there from Benjamin Monopoly, talking about athletes changing between disciplines in the Summer Olympics, and we've also talked about that today already with changing from road to track. Have any national cyclists ever crossed over into the Winter Olympics discipline? I'm unsure what they would actually be going to if they were going to. There's a question for you, Dan. Which Winter Olympics event do you think would best suit a track athlete?
I think based off a conversation I've had with one of the athletes today, actually, Alex Schuler, the bobsleigh and luge is an event where you can have a bit of crossover from track sprint cycling. So you've got the muscle bulk and the weight, which is going to carry you down the bobsleigh luge, but you need the anaerobic, that power just to get yourself up to speed. So yeah, not sure if there are actually any athletes that have done that transition, but I would say that would be the most relevant discipline.
Great answer, thank you. Next we've got Chloe and Imogen, both from Australia here. So Chloe representing the Australian national team, Imogen here from the Blackburn Cycling Club, a very well represented club here today.
Blackburn, based over in Melbourne, had a good track event at the end of last year over in the Austral cycling event. So lots of Kiwis travelled over for that, and the Aussies are now back over for this event. So we're really starting to work together as two nations, coming together, because ultimately we're all going to be at the international stage at the World Championships. So having this high-level competition is only going to benefit both countries.
So Chloe's still holding the lead there, looking like Imogen on the tail, but it'll be interesting to see how Imogen uses the corner here. Is she going to go up high on this corner to try and duck down? Let's have a look what happens. Oh, we have a close move here. Going to have enough pace, enough roll, as we call it, to get around the corner. We might be having one of our photo finishes here between Chloe and Imogen, but just getting to the line there, that looks like, by my snap, that might have been Imogen just nudging ahead there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Had a really good run out the wheel and stayed composed and let that gap go out a little bit to run back at it. Use that draft and that slipstream to come around.
Just got another one coming through in the comments there who talked about how Kelsey Mitchell won the elite women's gold medal in the 2021 Olympics in sprint, now doing bobsled this year. Interesting. So just proving your point there. So they're doing some bobsledding. Yeah.
I know over in the UK they've got a really well-used wind tunnel in Silverstone, and they quite often have bobsleigh teams, luge athletes and cyclists kind of going back and forth, getting their data and capturing the best aerodynamic positions. So there is crossover, and these are all high-speed events with components involved as well. So could we see in the future more collaborations? I think I'd love to see it.
You heard it here first, people. You heard it here first. In this final heat here, it looks like we've got Riley Faulkner from Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club up against Sophie Watts from the Queensland Academy of Sport. Riley taking the lead in this event here, so keeping a cautious look at Sophie there in the background. Bit of separation between the two athletes. Riley doing a good job keeping an eye on her Australian competitor. Don't want to give those Australians an inch. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, is what we often say around here, Dan.
What do you say about the English?
It's not repeatable on a public stream on YouTube, unfortunately.
That might be the end of our co-commentary relationship.
Oh, interesting. Both athletes going very high up here, Sophie and Riley here.
Riley's got to fight for that position and just lost it there. That's a shame. As soon as she was in front, then that's going to be a really hard position to come back from. But she has still got some pace on her. Got that gear turning.
Let's see what's going to happen here. Trying to stay right tight on that slipstream, and it looks like she's trying to make that move out of the seat. Is there going to be enough in the tank there for Riley to get around Sophie at the end here? It's going to be close. Putting the pedal down. Great race there. Well done to Sophie for holding on and keeping that one there.
Another really good heat there. We've been treated this afternoon to some good racing so far. Lots of discussions happening in the infield, and lucky to have a lot of good quality coaches there analysing these races. And they'll be jumping on this live stream, I'm sure, as the commissaires do as well, to check over some of the video footage and make sure everything's clean. And we move now into the men's heats. We are really enjoying all the comments coming in, and also shout out to VeloX and Damien Payne for putting the stream on, making sure this event is visible internationally. He does a great job putting all this technology together and roping in us commentators. So if you can drop VeloX a follow and a subscription and share this link around, and hopefully throughout the week we can gain some momentum.
Yeah, Fox Bennett's there just chipping in, saying how speed skating also might have a good crossover, excusing the pun. That's a good one, as someone who always respects a good pun. Speed skating, I guess, yeah, probably similar kind of anaerobic requirements there, technique, focus, but perhaps maybe a little more difference in the technique.
Yeah, I believe, I can't remember who it is, but there has been some cycling crossover over in Holland. So speed skating is a national sport over there, probably even more popular than cycling is. And they've had a few sprinters using speed skating for their winter preparation, bit of cross-training, as some of the endurance athletes would do as well. Some of the endurance cyclists would head over to the Alps and do some cross-country skiing, develop their VO2 max.
Got up to 52 on my VO2 max the other day, according to Garmin there, Dan. So, I mean, don't know what you can make of that, but I was fairly proud.
Did you hear what the highest recorded ever VO2 max was? It came in the other day.
Assumed it was 52, but no.
Go to double that.
104.
It was about 100, I think, came in. Christian Blumenfeld, a triathlete. So you're halfway there.
Okay, living on a prayer. Lee and Finn, two Australians. Tight race here. We shouldn't have been talking about my VO2 max. We should be focusing on theirs. Here we go. Very close race round here. This is moving at a very rapid pace. We'll be seeing, will they be able to make that move around the outside, or is... Let's have a look.
Yep, he dominated that heat.
Great
so
race.
Took the front. knew what he needed to do, and sometimes to get through the heats, that's just what you got to do, is take some wind, commit to that effort level, and at least you're not fighting, you're not risking not getting qualified.
Yeah,
safely through.
Well done. Thank you, Old Dale. Great coverage. Very distracting considering I'm supposed to be working. Lol. Well, I mean, they say you can multitask, can't you? We all learned that during COVID, so enjoy the commentary. And if in doubt, just Alt-Tab, Apple Tab, bring up an Excel spreadsheet. Your boss will never know the difference. Fantastic first race there from the elite men's. That was fantastic. So next we have Tate Ryan and Flynn Underwood. A bit of a Tasman battle here. Tate representing South Australian Sports Institute and Flynn, the Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club. Dan, we just got a question from Benjamin. He wanted to know your VO2 max as a comparison.
Good question. I've actually not tested it. I don't think it was super high. I think in the 70s.
Not super high. In the 70s, he says, and moves on casually. Lovely Britishman, stiff upper lip. Anyhow, so like I said, here we have Tate Ryan and Flynn Underwood getting going. Just trying to get these numbers here so we're able to see who has got which line.
Really close off the start line there. I wonder if these guys know each other.
So Ryan Tate leading out. No, sorry. Yes, sorry. Ryan Tate leading. Sorry, Tate Ryan. My apologies there. Leading out Flynn Underwood. Apologies there. So Tate just keeping a very close eye.
You can almost sense the tension between these two. Really keeping a close eye on what each other are doing. Flynn seems quite happy in second position, so he's just going to roll that and keep a nice distance, 3 or 4 bike lengths.
Do you ever get any sledging or, smack talk whilst they're actually riding and racing around here? Could there be any of that, or Commissaire wants to keep that to a minimum?
I think they avoid the vocal sledging, but there's a lot of body language. So they're trying to tease each other into going early or potentially throw each other off the line. So Flynn will draw him up, and if he draws him up too high, then Flynn will dive down below him. But Tate's riding very tactically smart and just staying in the right place.
Here we go. So Flynn trying to make his way around the outside. Tate looks like he's holding on. That head is down, really entering the pain cave, and Tate might just have enough here. We'll see. Flynn doing everything he can to come around on top there, but very good race between these two. Race of the day. So well done there to Tate Ryan. Well done. Just a little comment in here from Kiwi Style Bike Tours. Chris Nicholson, New Zealand dual Olympian road cycling and speed skating. So we have had even some Kiwis who've tropped over there in the 1990s. My knowledge of Winter Olympics isn't great. I imagine, was there a medal?
Is there speed skating in New Zealand?
Yes, I imagine there is if there was a New Zealand athlete who did it. I don't know where. I know Botany Downs used to have a wee ice rink where I used to go play ice hockey. True story. Couldn't skate, so they put me in goal.
Are we talking competitive ice skating or?
No, it was ice hockey. I was competing, but yes, I don't know how to skate, so really just had on a pair of cricket pads and a box and stood in goal and got peppered by Canadians.
Good memories?
Yeah, it was quite fun. Actually, some interesting bruises, but yeah, I probably wouldn't do it again, now knocking on 39. Thank you, those in the chat. Next up, we have another Tasman battle here between Dylan Day of New Zealand and James Brister from Australia. So Dylan Day here representing Canterbury Track Cycling and James Brister from the South Australian Sports Institute. Feel free in the chat if you have any more questions about what it's like here, any trivia questions even for us. You can. There's often that game of Can You Stump Dan? We love playing that one on the chat. Can you stump Dan with a bit of a trivia question? Here we go. These two are off. So James Brister leading out Dylan Day here. Very cautious start to this track, and really looks like James is doing a fantastic job of just keeping an eye on Dylan and making sure he's got him in his peripheral at all times. very slow race. Possibly the slowest of the men so far, working up high. And there's an incredible amount of skill required here to be riding this slowly, keeping an eye and keeping your tactics in check. So probably not too many sports where congratulating people on their slowness is a compliment. Okay. Dylan up high. Getting on his tail, still moving up high there. Fantastic. It's going to be interesting. Looks like James knows what he's doing here, keeping him up here, but here we go on this final lap. One last glance at each other, and then it's just head down, bums up, as we used to play. James still taking the lead here, but Dylan's doing everything he can on that tail. Is he going to have enough to pull out? It's going to be tight, but wow, fantastic race between these two, with James Brister riding a very tactically sound race. This is coming from somebody who has never watched this event before, so really, you know, claiming it's tactically sound is perhaps a bit over the top, but I thought that was a good race.
Yeah, he controlled it, didn't he?
He really
I think
did.
Dylan knew what he needed to do there, but just couldn't make it happen, and sometimes the mind and the body don't quite line up.
A very good race from those two, and can see why this is such a popular sport. What are these last little adjustments these athletes will be doing here, Dan?
So you can see they're all wearing their booties, as they call them. They're aero overshoes. So those are a sock that will sit over the top of your cycling shoe with an aerodynamic profile to try and just bring that airflow a bit cleaner and smoother over the leg, which is quite blunt, unaerodynamic object. So they're just putting those on, but before then they were strapping themselves in, because these guys are putting out in excess of 2,000 watts. And they don't want their legs to be unclipping out of the pedals. So yeah, they're strapping in, putting their overshoes on, and then the coach will just push them up onto track, into position.
So another great Trans-Tasman one here between Liam Kavanagh and Daniel Barber. So New Zealand versus Australia again, fantastic. Thank you, Kate. Talking about Eddie Dawkins. Eddie Dawkins supposedly having a go at bobsled after he retired from cycling. Trying to get to the last Winter Olympics in 2022. Little stat attack there. Fantastic. So Liam leading out here in this race. The Kiwi keeping an eye on the Australian in his rearview mirror.
So I believe Liam qualified with a 10-1, which probably was quite close to his competitor here. So this is going to be a tightly fought heat.
Often it is those middle heats where you get those tightest matchups, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very slow there, Liam, doing a fantastic job keeping an eye on Daniel. Daniel just seeing if he can bump Liam out of position.
So we've seen a few of these heats, riders really trying to slow it up to switch positions. So that's the rider in the front just trying to slow it up so much that the rider behind gives in and rolls to the front. And I wonder if that's to do with being a long, heavy day of racing and not wanting to be on the front, initiating this race early and taking a lot of wind. Maybe these heats are better to be coming from behind.
Both Liam still trying to make sure that he's going to keep Daniel up high there on the track. So there we go, keeping an eye on each other here. Very high on the track. And has there been a position change? Not quite yet. Liam's still holding that there. But here we go.
Liam's held him nicely on the hip there. So they're going to race for this front straight. And Liam's got... Oh, he's really got control of this heat.
Shoulder-to-shoulder racing here. Daniel making his way around, but Liam, this could be a close one. It looks like Daniel might just have pipped him on that last corner. Fantastic race between these two athletes. Very, very well.
Just had that extra bit of strength, didn't he, to come over the top there.
Yeah.
But Liam tactically played that really well, leaving it late, holding him high. So well done.
Thank you, Kate, for commenting that link. So for those interested in the chat, you can read about his code switch there. Thank you very much. For those who are interested, I'm going to be making a code switch myself shortly from up here to Burger Fuel in the main street of Cambridge. But this will probably be the last one I'll be commentating for now. I've had an absolute blast, and hopefully if I'm welcomed back, might try and come back and do another session sometime this week.
Thanks, Jeremy. We'll see you for Friday pizzas, Carapiro.
Oh, hopefully. So in this final one I'm going to call before I retire from my career, we've got 2 Kiwis. We have Jackson Russell and Kaio. Kaio was our first South Island competitor here from Nelson Track Cycling. Jackson here from Te Amutu Sports Cycling. Interested to see how this race goes.
These two will know each other very well, being part of the same training group here up in Cambridge.
Can there be a challenge racing against the ones you know well? Challenge to get some of that anger or drive in? Or do
I think so. I think it adds that extra dynamic. Not only do you have a plan, but you're also overthinking potentially how they've previously raced or what their standard tactics would be. Yeah, and there's obviously the emotion involved as well with these guys being friends and rivals. You see that smile between them.
So Kaio there leading out, I believe, in this race with Jackson there just on his heel.
Super relaxed. Jackson just rolling off, shaking his legs, and we saw that with his flying 200 too. He just looked like very relaxed on the bike and knew what he was doing. Posted the first sub 10 of the day. And he's really starting to move the bike around almost F1 style, warming up those tyres, but actually just looking to maybe psych Kaio out a little bit, tempting into increasing that speed.
Kaio doing a good job though, looking back over his shoulders and keeping an eye there on Jackson, making sure this is all going well. Oh, good little fake there. Is that done enough for him there? That was an interesting move there for Jackson. Staying up high on the track here, Kaio trying to recover and hold him out there. Let's see what happens over this fast lap. Another fakey, wakey.
Kaio's done really well to keep him close here. So
Here
Jackson's going to have a hard time running at that wheel, but he's created a bit of separation. He's got a really nice wheel to run at now. So Kaio's going to have a hard time holding him off here as Jackson runs at that wheel, has that extra speed, and comes around him comfortably.
Wow. Great race. Well, thank you all. This is the time where I'm going to have to hang up the headphones and pass things back to the most capable hands of Dan riding solo. So thank you very much. I think I'll finish in the words of Kylie Minogue. I'm spinning around. Get out of the way.
It was a pleasure having Jeremy sit next to me for that. Very knowledgeable in the innovation and AI space, and has come to this commentary session with little knowledge on track cycling, but has quickly picked it up due to his AI skills and his researching and his quick thinking, and very much enjoyed that chat. So let's maybe in the comments, if we drop in a couple of notes about Jeremy's commentating, we might be able to persuade him back for some more sessions later this week. Moving into Heat 6 now. Luke Blackwood up against Maxwell Liebenecht of the South Australian Sports Institute. They roll away. Very slow off the line. Both riders hugging that blue band. And Maxwell not afraid to move up nice and close to Luke. A couple of scare tactics maybe, as they look to probably create a bit of separation. Luke's quite happy with this. Oh, he is upping the pace. It might suit his riding style. Maxwell has the height. Luke has him on the hip now, and he'll be looking to hold him there as long as possible, but Maxwell is quick to it, and he'll be looking to open up a bit of a gap as we hit the bell. Luke has his final few lookovers, and he's into full sprint now. with Maxwell not far off. He'll have a hard time here. It's going to be a tight race to the line all the way. Luke just holding him off with a really firm sprint there from when he went 3/4 of a lap to go. Fist bump between riders and applause from the crowd. And we have Heat 7, Ryan Elliott of the Australian national team with Alex Schuler, Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club.
Ryan Elliott, Australian national team, Alex Schuler, Sports Cycling Club.
These heats will be getting tighter and tighter in terms of flying 200 qualifying. So should make for an exciting heat here.
So another close I've got ahead.
Ryan wheeled up, nice and composed. Alex, final slaps of the quads, getting psyched up. They both know this effort's going to be painful, and it's important if they want to progress through into the quarterfinals of this competition. Ryan not interested in any stairs or mind games, just head down, knows what he's doing. Alex is away. Just been offered a plate of food. So Alex, P1 currently, quite happy there. Pace is higher than most of the other heats so far, so quite happy to get things wound up. And Ryan already matching that with some height and some pace. And Alex is out the saddle, holding him there. As we see Ryan really starting to drive, build some height nicely. Alex has got him pinned and staying very aware. Has lost his height, so he's going to have a charging Ryan here, who came from a lot more height than Alex and a lot more pace on that back straight. So he's going to use the favourable sling out of turn 4, just get his wheel in front and take a really well-ridden heat there from Ryan, having that composure to stay high that little bit longer. Alex was hungry for it and initiated first, but in doing so, towed along his opponent there. Moving into the final heat of this men's elite 1/8 final sprint heat. We have 2 riders from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, who I'm sure will know each other very well. Xavier Bland and Noah Mason. Coach Jim wheeling up. He's done plenty of these now. To meet Commissaire Brendan, who's going to do the final checks. Ticks his boxes. You can see the effort Alex went through during that heat. He's still swerving around, catching his breath. And there we have Noah Mason wheeled into P2 for the start of this heat. Whistle goes and riders are off. Both on their BT frames. So these frames have been kicking around a while, but clearly have the riders really suit this geometry, and it's been used by a few nations for a few years now, and they're still going strong. So be interesting to see these two as this race develops. Oh, they have a change of position before the pursuit line on the back straight, which is quite uncommon and not how a sprint typically would evolve. But Noah keen to take. Oh, he's back in second position. He's got some height, but there's a big separation now. A lot of ground to make up. Both down, fully committed. Head down. It's going to be a long way to go for Noah here. May have just left it a bit too late. Xavier takes that one, moves through to the quarters. So that's the end of our 1/8 final for men's elite sprint, and that will be me over and out for the moment. Pass the mic back to Damo as we move into the elite women's individual pursuit qualifying and then into the rest of the day. So thanks for listening and catch you soon.
Somehow under entry, and then no one thought about it for the starter confirmation. Skippy, I guess, wasn't here. So too late now.
There's been a few issues with the confirmation of stars. People doing events they didn't sign up for, and some people not getting a star.
So there'll be a little takeaway.
I think it just needs to be like a clear spreadsheet, right, with the club.
Yeah, and Skippy obviously didn't know or didn't look at it, and Hannah didn't look at it to check that she to start this beforehand, and then I'm entering everyone in about 15 different events, so I just go, I don't know what I've entered in. Yeah, so you focus on this team on the front, and keep it in the left half of the camera shot, so we're talking about that. Okay, into the elite women's pursuit qualifying, event 37 here at the Grassroots Trust Velodrome. In Cambridge, Sophie Maxwell out on the track. Andrews calling his splits there. Well into her work here. Bit of a tough one when you're on the track by yourself, just one rider up for this one, and then we'll be one each side of the track after this. Sometimes can work for you or against you in terms of pace. Obviously trying to set a good time here in the qualifying to put yourself through to the medal rounds. Pretty competitive. Looks like about 19 riders in total for this one, so plenty to come through the afternoon. So if you start to work hard on this one, just a little bit of a wiggle in the torso there, certainly putting a bit of pressure on those pedals to get down to the business end of her effort.
So this is the second year for elite woman individual pursuit at 4 kilometres. It was historically 3 kilometres. And we've seen, with a lot of these events, a big jump. 12 months ago, Brioni Botha had the national record at 4:30.752. Good time internationally. Now the world record sits at 4:19. So but also just remember it's at Konya in Turkey, which is altitude. But we've seen a really quick progression in times for this event. So this will be Sophie's probably maybe first ride, could be second ride over 4 kilometres. Takes a little while to understand just how different it is from the 3 kilometre distance and just the different strategies you might apply. Receiving the bell, 4:50. Expect a time of about 5:09 or so, 5:10. $5:11.040. So the benchmark set for today. Heat 2 in the front straight, Maya Wolfenden, Canterbury Track Cycling. In the back straight, Ava Schmicker, South Australia Sports Institute. So Maya, again, another in her first year as an elite rider, first year at 4 kilometres. Quite an experienced young rider. Has been riding the highest level in New Zealand for a few years now, and is a more than handy young rider. So away they go. Maya in the front straight, Ava in the back straight. Just time to remind ourselves of the partners we have to ensure we can bring these Oceania Track Cycling Championships to you. These are proudly supported by GJ Gardner Homes in Waipa, and proudly supporting local sport and the cycling community here. GJ Gardner Homes Waipa is locally owned and operated by Simon and Dominique Pardue. Proud to be backing local events in Waipa, home of champions. Also proud to have Fresh Choice Leamington here, providing some food and bars we see on the tables down here. And also support from Amber Garden Centre, making our podium look grand. Subway, the Sports Integrity Commission, LTS by Velo Bike. And also a big support from the Waipa District Council for their funding that helps these championships proceed. So Ava has a lead at the moment, going through. It's just about 0.7 of a second between the two at the moment. It's like Ava's ever so slowly just easing away. Maya's getting some pretty consistent calls from Andrew Williams, coach on the infield. So, still Ava just continuing to ease away. Still we have the fastest two riders to date on the track. You can see in the red box 1 and 2 for Maya, that's their position through the race. So obviously in this event comparing it to all riders ahead of them. So 1.5 kilometres to go. So Ava will be just looking ahead, trying to see how far Maya is. Can she get close enough to get in the slipstream? Probably not there yet. Just sees Maya going out of the straight as she enters it. So that gap's pretty consistent at the moment.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Oceania Track Champs. So we've currently got Women's Pursuit on, and then next event after that, Women's Elite Pursuit on at the moment, and next event after this will be Men's Elite Pursuit. We've got Heat 2 out there at the moment. Maya Wolfenden from New Zealand, just going through on camera at the moment, and in the back straight, also in red, Ava Smiddick from South Australian Sports Institute. So they'll currently set first and second fastest time. Just finishing off now. So this is over 16 laps or 4 kilometres for the women, exactly the same as the men these days. And so they've both gone just under that 5-minute mark, 4:54 for Ava Smidjic, currently our fastest qualifier, and then Maya Wolfenden, just under that 5-minute mark. So we have got 9 heats, and that is heat 2. Joined in the commentary by Dan Gardner, who knows a lot more technical stuff than me about this, so we'll throw some questions at him. Obviously this is an event that's around having that right endurance cyclist engine, but also a heck of a lot about aerodynamics, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. So this is a long event, 16 laps, 4K. Every saving is going to make a big difference by the end of it. So these guys are all working towards benchmark times, and even today's competition where fastest 2 riders will go through to the gold final, 3rd and 4th will go through to bronze. And we're talking tenths by the end of this, so if it's tyre pressure difference or the way your helmet's angled, it's all going to make a difference, and it comes down to the small details here. And you'll see that the way the guys set up, they'll be touching their helmets and making sure their hands are in the right place, and it's all going to make a big difference by the end of it.
Nothing cyclists like more than free speed, which actually isn't free, normally incurs pain to the bank account. Hey, so this next heat that on track at the moment, that the clock's on for them, in the front straight in black from Counties Manukau, we've got Tegan Farragher, and in the back straight from Australia, we've got Adette Lynch, also from South Australian Sports Institute. So they're all seeded on the basis of UCI points coming into these events. So it's not necessarily going to be the fastest time, but certainly we see the elite New Zealand and Australian riders coming right at the end.
Simon, was that similar for the seeding for the Flying 200 qualifier?
Yep,
yeah, interesting.
Okay. So, for example, Liam broke a leg last year, no UCI points, up first versus everyone else. Okay, so when you're coaching somebody, Dan, they obviously don't want to come out the blocks quite as fast as a sprint going into this event, do they?
Just getting up to speed is really important, not wasting too many seconds in that opening half lap. Once they're up to speed and in the skis, typically we'll say, you guys take a moment, take a breather, get composed, listen to your first lap time, and then make a plan from there. So those 2 riders, well, a bit of different techniques. So we've got on the back straight, that is Odette, who has come out very fast, already receiving her lap times from her coach on the back straight there. With Tegan taking a more measured approach with that nice flat back and POC tempo helmet. She's getting calls from her coach here on the front straight. But yeah, we already have a bit of a gap closing up between these 2 riders, so Adette will start to feel that draw in through that aerodynamic wake of the front rider here, and that will definitely spur her on, as well as the vision of the rider right in front of her.
Yeah, she's probably only about 50 metres off, isn't she? So if they, well, it's still obviously not right on the wheel like you see happen in bunch races. It's all going to add up to those little incremental gains.
Actually, a catch like this is almost optimum for her. As soon as you have to pass a rider, you do get that lost, or you're having to travel extra distance around the track, and you probably have to surge around them too. But right now, Adette's got that nice clean run, and it looks like she probably will make the catch in this 4K with still 10 laps to go.
Yep.
So where would you recommend, Simon, the best place to overtake a rider if you were trying to measure your surge?
Probably not now. Obviously, in a perfect world, a straight would work really nicely, but obviously maybe she was able to get up, use the speed on the corner almost like a sprinter, be slightly higher and able to use that downhill run and onto the straight. I suppose it's, if you can't do it on a straight, coming out of the mid-corner and out of the corner is probably your next best option. What do you think? You know more than me.
No, interesting to hear different viewpoints, and I think riders would all have different strategies for this, and it probably depends at what point of the race and if you've got that surge left in you. If you don't have that surge, then I guess it's wherever you can. But like you said, coming out of the corner and using that slingshot, not a bad place to do it, because you're going to gain that extra bit of speed just from that throw around the corner rather than getting stuck on that straight. So I guess a couple of similarities, right, to sprinting and match sprinting. Yep. Choosing a place to catch and pass, like whether that's exit of turn 1, 2 or exit of turn 3, 4, that's probably seems like the best place to do it. And Adette did that really nicely, and it was clean and didn't come down on Tegan at all, which is always nice to see.
Yep, not sort of crushing them, trying to save the metres out of the corner.
So coming into
Sorry, I'm going to be rude. I
final
just take
kilo.
this call.
Adet looking like she's going to post the quickest time here. She continues this through over her next 3 laps. Holding position really nicely and lovely tight line down low on the track. Same with Tegan as well. Both riders likely riding to their lap strategy set out by their coaches. As we roll into final few laps for these two now. Tegan's got that really nice low head, just looking probably between her forearms down at the track, which is not an easy thing to do. If you ride track at home, then you'll know full well going into a corner without seeing what's coming is daunting, but they're doing this really nicely. And Adet's cruising her way around, probably into a top time, which will set her fastest qualifier so far.
So Adet's going to get a bit of a double draft effect as she gets the spell. She's not going to get on the wheel, but it's not going to hurt. It will help her set a super quick time. She's got half a lap to go. She's going to run, and timing nightmare for those doing the timing, having 2 riders over the tape so quickly. So 4:40, good 20 second or 15 seconds faster than what we'd seen the previous fastest time, and it's only going to continue to get faster. So Tegan, she just got the bell as she's come past. She's got about half a lap to do. She's holding that position, not rocking too much, but I'm sure her legs are burning.
Looks good on the bike, doesn't she, Tegan?
Yeah, really compact. So she sits up, and we will have those 2 riders come off the track. They'll get the gate, and we'll get into the next 2. So testing, I know you do a lot of aerodynamic testing for riders that you help look after and others. There's not just one fastest helmet out there that everyone should buy, is there?
You're completely right. Depends on the rider, depends on the position, depends on the conditions and what they're aiming for. So that's probably a good thing for the industry, that we don't have one best seller, best tester. But this POC helmet, the white helmet that we just saw Tegan running there, is, I think that's 2012, no, potentially 2008 technology. It was rampant. It was really widely used over the time trials and the pursuit events in the 2012 London Olympics, and is still prominent at the top of the sport today. So it's just a testament to probably the design and engineering that went into it. But they managed to create a shape which really directs airflow nicely around shoulders and really suits a narrow-shouldered rider like Tegan there. So she's done well to pick up one of those helmets, because they're like hen's teeth now, pretty hard to get hold of.
Well done. Hey, I'll interrupt. So next 2 riders we've got up from Western Australian Sport on the front straight in yellow. Isla Carr, back straight Amelia Sykes, previously Canterbury, now riding for Te Awamutu Cycling.
Is that common in New Zealand to have riders change around clubs? Is that due to where they're living?
Yeah, so she was with Canterbury, obviously phenomenal program down there, particularly women's cycling. They do really well. She went through to Junior Worlds, let's say 2021, I think that was, when it was back in Israel. And then she's taken sort of a year or so off, and her and her partner have both made the decision to move from down south up to here and now throw some focus back in their cycling. So I think they've decided they will join the club up here and be based here. So Amelia, yeah, she's probably seated here due to being out of competition for a year or so. She's definitely on the path back. You know, she's a lot older and stronger than she was as an under-19. It'll be interesting to see what she puts down today, and also her track of progress over the next year or so. So what have we got? Cask helmets out there now. Different style. And I know in the old days you used to want them as skinny as possible. Now people want them to be bigger.
Same as tyres, right?
Yeah. Going from 20 mils to 28s.
Yeah. What we're finding is these are natural objects, our cylinders, our biceps, our thighs, our even our wheels aren't necessarily that aerodynamic. So creating a wider wake and a nice airflow, nice airfoil shape is much better than a blunt object like a a shoulder. So if we can get that helmet covering up some of those areas of the body and deflecting airflow over those shoulders and over those blunt objects, and like some of the wide forks we're seeing with the factor bikes and some of the Australians that are running here, so they're really trying to deflect airflow around the blunt objects. And yep, these two riders making the most of that advantage with fairly sizable helmets. I'd say they might be running a medium or a large cask helmet there.
So we're getting close to the halfway point. It's about 10 laps to go, I think. So Amelia Sykes is out in front at the moment. Not yet able to make benefit from Icelar. Can't hear lap times. The Australian format is definitely using the iPad and showing the riders a number rather than shouting out, so we can't see their lap times exactly, but I'm sure you can see the stopwatch flicking over on the screen.
Yep, different techniques from these coaches here. So they're choosing a fixed point on the track to trigger their lap recording system from. So far, seems like the New Zealand coaches sticking to the tried and tested stopwatch method and calling out the lap times nice and loud, but the Aussie coaches are just recording on their iPad and dropping it down low, just within eyesight for their rider.
So Amelia is now really starting to close into the drafts. There's been a bit of a speed differential where she was only closing slowly. Now it seems like she is closing a little bit more quickly. So Amelia's maybe endurance base is going to get her through. Another one of those on the corner passes, rightly or wrongly.
We saw yesterday in men's under 19 a catch which wasn't a catch, started to overtake and then couldn't quite get round and had to settle back into the draft, which had quite a big impact on the overall result. So good to see another clean catch here, and two riders riding their individual races, sticking to the race plan with 1 kilometre to go now.
So Amelia's got 3.5 laps to go. Still looks really comfortable, not rocking too much, still looking really stable on that bike in her position. Australian lady, I can see her grimacing on her face. No, she's in that world of pain that the last minute of this event causes.
Yeah, you can see the cadence difference as well. Isla just looking to squeeze every ounce of power out of those pedal strokes with a heel dropping there and really fighting that bike. It seems like Amelia's chosen wisely and still going strong with these last few laps here. Nice, ticking away, good cadence.
Yep, not being overgeared, and as you say, she's on top of the gear, spinning away nicely, showing her experience on the track, riding really nice lines around the corner, not doing any more metres than she has to. So Amelia's still second spot at this stage. So Amelia gets the bell first. She's into her last lap. Isla's put down a reasonably good time where she's racing, so she's going to come around and get the bell now for her last lap. Amelia finishes second, 4 minutes 44.
That's a really great time. Yeah, she'll be happy with that.
Yeah, quite close.
Yep.
Because it's only been a few years that the women moved from 3 kilometres to 4 kilometres. It was only a couple of years ago they standardised it between men and women.
Yeah, and the records were breaking, weren't they? Every competition. We're now starting to, that's levelling out, and riders are kind of understanding that new strategy for locking in for a 4K, which is quite different to a 3K. So a bit more lenient on your VO2 max, a bit less anaerobic, and a bit more pacing involved, really. You can almost get away with 3K with over-pacing and trying to hang on, but 4K you'll get found out pretty quickly by the time you get to the last 4 laps. So we saw that a little bit there with Isla, but still put a good time in, but just looked like she couldn't stay on top of it for the last 4 laps compared to Amelia, who's now posted a great time, which puts her really back in the running for program support at 4:40. That's fantastic. Anything below 4:50 is probably what she was aiming for there, so good ride.
So when we say program support, that's the pre-high performance program in New Zealand, which is the level just below the full national team. And look, she set to give you a gauge, that 4:44 time, Bryony Botha from New Zealand holds the New Zealand national record. I don't have the Australian national record, sorry. And that's at 4 minutes 30 that was set last year in Brisbane at the Oceania Champs. So, yeah, good ride by Amelia to be just 15 seconds off that in this comeback for her. Okay, we've got Lucy Reeve on the front straight from Canterbury, and in the back straight from Australia, the National Australian team member, Nicole Duncan.
Really good view of that starting moments for both riders. Both have different strategies. We had Nicole there out the saddle till pretty late, but now bobbing up and down, throwing momentum forward as they both release. Nicole dropping down a bit onto the blue band, but some riders do use that for a bit more momentum gain if they're slightly going downhill. And they're getting away with it here because there's no blue band barriers, what they called it, Simon?
The old sponges that used to be there that were like judder bars but not too hard.
Yeah, they like to bring them out just on major competition when no one's used to them, and then bam, all of a sudden. 3.9 we hear the call for Lucy Reeve there, which is off to a really good start if she can settle into this pace.
So this is another one of the Canterbury women that Andrew's been working with for a number of years, and he's moved up here now with his wife in the New Zealand program, and he's independently coaching outside that. And so we've seen coming into this event a number of the Canterbury women coming up here, staying in Cambridge to train on this track to ready themselves for this event. So she's rolling 17-second laps at the moment. She is slightly behind Nicole from Australia. So Nicole's currently, early on, fastest we've seen today. That's what we're going to expect. Every single heat, they'll just continue to get faster if the seeding is roughly right. So Dan, what's on all the equipment changes you've made to riders, be it position or swapping that helmet or doing the skin suit? I'm sure there'll be differences, but person A and person B, there'll be some person that's going to be the helmet, someone else that's going to be something else that makes the biggest difference when they come to you for assistance and guidance?
Oh, to throw a curveball, I was kind of just looking at Nicole there, and she looks really tight and nice, clean, stable body position, but there's a couple of bum shuffles, just not quite stable in the saddle, and it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but have a lot of riders come and they want to change small parts of their extensions or maybe test out a thing on their visor or a different overshoe, but they're actually not sitting square in the saddle, and something's asymmetric with their pedaling motion, and actually it's some of the lower hanging fruit is getting the bike fit sorted first, and once you've got that locked in, you've got your absolute maximum efficiency for your power transfer, then you can start thinking about your aerodynamic system. And if you work the other way around, you can kind of end up going around in circles, and I think there's a lot of that happening right now with all the information out there online, like slam your stem or get your big helmet, and you do all this, and then you realise, actually,
I don't have the hamstring flexibility to be down on a slam stem or something.
Well, actually, I should have spent a year in the gym working on that length through my hamstrings, and interesting space, and it looks like, especially Nicole definitely has done some work on that position there. It's looking nice. Good helmet transition onto the upper back. Yep.
So as we're coming into the last kilometre, we've now got both ladies doing really well. It's closed right up. Lucy's getting a lot closer to Nicole. They're currently sitting second and third in standings at the moment, with Nicole from Australia slightly in front. Andrew yelling some encouragement at Lucy to keep her going.
This last kilometre, I would say, really comes down to psychological battle. So you've set your ride up, you're sitting on your lap strategy, and then you get to that last K and you've really got to squeeze everything out. And typically the mind will shut down before the body does, so it's manipulating your mind into going a little bit further.
Yeah, deeper into that hurt zone as your body is sending a message to your mind to say stop, 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 and you're needing to tell it to keep pushing.
And at this moment, the control of the bike just becomes so much harder when you got lactate all over your body. Just having the control to stick on that black line, and these two riders doing it nicely, but a couple of wobbles here and there as they come into the final lap for both of them.
So just 250 metres to go. It's got quite close. They're almost neck and neck, both 4:36. Who's going to finish it off in front? Obviously the time's going to be what matters for qualifying later on. Almost a dead heat. 4:46 for both ladies. Nicole Duncan, 4:46 virtually flat. And Lucy Reeve, 4:46.15.
It was tighter than some of the match sprints.
Yeah. It was interesting, the team sprint last night final, the gold final between the two Australian teams. We had a camera issue right at the end, so we lost one camera. There was something that happened on the timing tape that didn't give the officials the confidence that the timing tape was right. So conveniently, the Australian team had been videoing it, and they had to go back to use that video analysis to double check that they had agreed with the result, because it was so close.
Right. How close was it? Talking hundreds.
Yeah, it was late at night by that time for me, but definitely hundreds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, up next from Te Awamutu, living in Australia but very much part of the Te Awamutu club. Mackenzie Milne is on the red bike, and then in the back straight we've got Claudia Marks from the Australian national team again.
See both commissaires with their red flags. What are they up to there?
So it's basically confirming that the riders are in sets. There's almost a time, I think it's 50 seconds, is it, from when the bike goes into the gate, so they can't fluff around forever. It keeps the program running, that they've got to get on their bike and get set. Commissaires holding the flags up to say, yep, we are definitely all go.
So leaving it a little bit tight on the back straight with Claudia there. We've already had the 30-second beep. It seemed like maybe the bike wasn't quite in square, but all under control. Seems calm. 10 seconds.
So Mackenzie Milne coming out now, local rider I know. She's got much stronger as she's matured over the last few years. I'm sure she is super focused on wanting to come out here today to show the Cycling New Zealand elite team where she's at form-wise. I'm not sure exactly what time she's looking to put down, but I know she's quite focused on this particular event today.
Is Mackenzie in the under-23 category?
I don't think she would be anymore, but don't hold me to that. You can't ask a lady her age. So both ladies, New Zealand and Australia, into those aero positions. That nice factor bike that the Australian team ran for the last Olympics in the back straight, being used by Claudia. She's gone really well the last few years.
Look at that rotated forward pelvis. It's definitely something to behold, that position. You can see how much weight she's putting through the front of the bike and just keeping those hips really nice and open so that she can get low and continue pushing power all throughout the upstroke and over the top of the pedal stroke too.
So when you're saying hips forward, that's essentially the seat quite a bit more forward and everything else moving forward, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we're limited with the UCI regulations, so you can only go 50 millimetres behind the bottom bracket.
Yep.
There is an exemption if you have different proportions and if you decide to run your reach less. That's the default category. So yeah, lots of technical rules that you can look into to try and optimize your own position. But Claudia here has been able to rotate her hips so far forward that she can keep them open and get low in the front end, and it's really helping her pull that visor into her forearms and looking very stable and fast in that position.
Yep, she's certainly done some laps, and she's got a good core to be able to hold it as smoothly as she's doing it around the corner with essentially, say, her head in her hands and looking through the top of her eyelids to see where she's going, but she's doing a beautiful job of riding those lines. It doesn't matter where they go on the straight too much, as long as they're on that black line on the corner, they can drift out a little bit on the straight and as needed. We'll see some of the faster men, in particular you see the team pursuits needing to do that. So Claudia has moved to fastest at about this midway point. Mackenzie still down a little at this stage. Rolling just under 18-second laps for Mackenzie. I hadn't even seen them, sorry.
Big shout out to VeloX for putting the stream together. So if you guys want to drop some comments and get the conversation going, we're reading them and we're seeing the likes and subscriptions, so stay involved.
Damien, have you broken 500 subscribers yet?
Oh yeah, we're through, I'll tell you how many, stand by.
Okay, epic. Thank you, Australians. You have smashed us well beyond the 500 mark that we had always been previously sitting for New Zealand national events. So thank you for sharing this and pressing that subscribe button. That means Damien goes, it's worth all my effort and the money I've spent to bring this at, a volunteer basis. So Claudia Marks, she's now closing on a Mackenzie Mill, and she's going to be getting some of that drafting benefit with about a minute to go. 837 subscribes. Thank you to everyone watching for doing that for him.
Surely over 1,000 by the week's end.
I like the thinking.
Claudia Marks really putting a stamp on this qualifying. She's looking set to qualify fastest, but definitely not an easy event. Mouth wide open, breathing, trying to stay composed, knows that it's almost over, but it will feel like an absolute eternity this last lap.
So when you're at this higher end like Claudia, how do you judge what you're putting in this morning to try and make the top four for the medal ride off versus just giving it everything you can versus holding something back for the medal ride?
You've got to be in a pretty privileged position if you're thinking you're going to save a bit in this qualifier, I'd say.
So Claudia Marks, 4:37, just 7 seconds off the New Zealand national record, about 17 seconds off the world record. So great ride by her. Mackenzie Milne comes in and finishes. She's 6th at this stage at 4:52. So we've got just 3 more heats of the women. And we've got some real international athletes coming up through here.
The Oceania Championships, we've got a huge contingent from Australia here, which is fantastic. And have we often seen other nations involved?
Yeah, as you say, I think there's 85 here from Australia, but you're right, there's only a couple out from the Pacific Islands. They've now set up this velodrome as a Pacific Development Centre. So we're seeing groups coming in of young riders particularly, and those a little bit older. I'll call them mainly the French islands, where obviously cycling being such a strong thing in France, that are coming through and obviously training back there, but then coming here for a couple of weeks at the time. So it is open to all those countries, but obviously New Zealand and Australia, it's a much more dominant sport.
Because this, after all, this is continental championships, so that's the championship and gold medal on the line here.
Okay, so this is not what I've got on my screen. Okay, so Prudence Fowler, member of the New Zealand track team. So she is on the home straight. And on the back straight, we have Sophie Edwards, which is not the plan we had been given. There you go, it's that one. So this will be another great New Zealand-Australian battle. They've set up these last 3 heats to run on this basis. My understanding is Sophie Edwards is the Australian national champ. Prudence looks to be a very controlled, measured start by her. I think she's local here in the Te Aomura Club. both steady, controlled starts. We were expecting them to finish really quickly. They weren't worried about getting the opening lap the quickest. In fact, at the opposite end of things. But we'll see them steadily build in. So Prudence, already we can hear the calls under 17 seconds at about 16.5 second lap.
Both riders come out fighting. You can see the body language, just shoulders dropping a bit into these corners. That might be due to the increased speed now we're seeing in this with, did you say 16.7 second laps?
Well, yeah, I think it was even 16.5 the last one.
Yeah.
We ought to hear what he calls as he goes through this time. Yep, another 6.5, so she's on a pretty even rhythm. And we've seen from our commented on the first lap from both ladies was relatively slow. They're now first and second. So it's opening lap doesn't matter in this event too much. So Dan, you had some superb results on the road. Did you do the track when you were younger? Or where you were living, was it not so handy?
No, I actually started on the track, funnily enough, yeah. So first race I ever did was an outdoor track down in Brighton, which is where I went to school.
Yep.
So we started there and we just had a weekly track league, and I just loved the handicap races. We would do the wheel races and everyone would get set off at a different part of the track, and I started off at the front being the most handicapped and then ended at the back, and after a few years of racing, but my power to weight ratio was always better than my power. so
you needed something where there was more gravity involved, hence why you went so well on the road versus the track.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I honestly think if there was a bit more going on in the southeast at that time, I probably would have done a bit more tracks. I really enjoyed it, so I got into Madison racing at the Lee Valley Velodrome when that was built for London 2012, and did a bit of that. And there's some carnival style races in the UK like the Herne Hill, which attracts good riders from all over Europe. So I really enjoyed that. Bit of Derny racing, and I feel like it was a really good introduction to racing as a whole. As a young rider, got to pick up lots of different skills, but ultimately ended up going down the road route. But kind of coming full circle now, I'm really regaining my love for this side of the sport.
Right, as you say, and great to have you involved in coaching around here. So we are essentially into the last kilometre. Sophie Edwards from Australia is currently sitting fastest qualifier. She is a little bit in front of Prue. What's going to happen in this last kilometre? It's quite close between them, as you can see the timing. Only a second in it, but this is all around qualifying for the medal ride-offs tonight.
That looks like a fight. Sophie's really fighting that gear now, but she's still moving it, and these two really are neck and neck. The coaches might start to think, okay, do we stop calling lap times and start calling if they're up or down on their opponent, because these two could be in contention for this bronze or gold medal ride-off.
And I can see the lap time on the backboard. So Sophie, when it turns red, that means it's slower than the previous lap. Obviously, they're trying to stay steady. You can see the coach walking up, so she's picking up. It's red again. So at the moment, she's gone out and it's just hurting her now. She's still in front from Prue, but only fractionally. New Zealand coach is giving her encouragement. Oh, there is nothing in it. Sophie's still just in front at this stage. They've got the bell. They're both on the last lap. This is as good as we want for a gold final. You can see Sophie's just battling with that bike. Prudence just looks like she's got a smaller gear on that she's turning over, and it's just turned and reversed. Prue's going to come through. She's just been able to be that little bit better in that last couple of laps, and Sophie the race was about a lap or two too long for her. Great ride by both ladies. That's our first and second qualifiers. Super quick times. 4:35 for Prudence and 4:36 for Sophie. Well done, ladies. Right, 2 to go. We will say thank you for Dan for giving us some time. We know he's about to dash off down to the middle as he's got to help some riders down there. So great to get his expertise. I'm going to commentate to the end of the women, and then I will be out of here. I need to get back to the office. We're calling this lunch break, but I'll be back to help out with commentary this evening again. So, another Trans-Tasman battle here. We've got Bryony Botha, New Zealand and continental record holder, set last year at the Oceania Champs in Brisbane. Just over 4 minutes 30 seconds. She's up against Kira Will on the back straight from Australia, who I'm sure will be wanting to go through for a medal ride-off later on. So unfortunately yesterday in the women's team pursuit, the final that was looking like an epic race between New Zealand and Australia got affected. I think it was Prudence out of the New Zealand team who unfortunately got a puncher and had to put it out of the line, and the New Zealand team reset, and that put them from the lead in behind. And as she was trying to keep her bike upright and get off the track and slow down, and she was sliding around and unfortunately slid into the Australian team, which completely interrupted them and caused a rider to unclip, and so the New Zealand team had to get DQ'd, and Australia got the win, but just unfortunately we didn't get a race. So we'll expect to see a good race here. Bryony Botha, my money's on her. She's just so good at this discipline. No, she effectively, we talk around seeing just over your hands. She has her head behind her hands, and essentially I don't know how she sees, but she does, and she makes it work and rides super lines, and she's just so strong. And so she's now out as fastest qualifier at this point. But look, we know it's early days. They're only a kilometre in. We know a lot can change in the final kilometre. So obviously all these women building through to World Cup events in Perth, and then 2 more in Asia, essentially in the couple of months after that. So that kicks off at the start of March, and then through for the Commonwealth Games up in Glasgow, where both nations will be looking to put their best performances out on the track and take as many medals as they can, not give England too many. So 6 laps in. I'll call what speed Bryony's doing on the next lap as she comes around. She's very much closing in on Kira Will. So she's rolled the last 2 laps at 16.4 seconds. So only upper 50k an hour mark. So I'm going to say that more like 55, 56. She's continuing to roll at 6.4s. That's one of the things, your ability to sit so consistently. So she'll get a little bit of a benefit now as she's starting to pull into Kira Will. It's her 3rd lap in a row that she's rolled exactly at 16.4 for Bryony. I'm not quite sure what the lap times for the Australian lady are on the back. Apologies, Kira. Done the same time again. Kira Will, she's getting the red lap board, so her time's just a little bit slower. She might get a little bit of benefit off draft this lap as Bryony goes past her. So Bryony starts her last kilometre now, just 4 laps to go. She's not going to set, well, she's going to go close to her previous national and Oceania record actually. So remember that is 4 minutes 30.75 if we want to get exact. So it just depends if she can keep holding these 16-second laps. She was there or thereabouts. Goes fraction faster at 16.3. Obviously there's always a potential stopwatch difference in it. 2 laps to go. I think she's going to go just outside her record. It'll be interesting to see what she potentially does later on tonight. Perfect pursuiting. Just rolling lap after lap after lap at that speed. Tara Will got a green lapboard that time. Bryony comes around, stops, new record. Oh, hang on. No, they swapped it around. Okay, so 4:33, apologies, 4:33.3, just 3 seconds outside her previous Oceania record. So that was a penultimate heat. Gate comes out for the final time for the women before we swap over to the elite men. They have 13 heats. So coming up onto the front straight, Sammy Donnelly. Canterbury rider, again, integral part of the New Zealand women's team pursuit. And on the back straight, I did try to get the pronunciation on this list today. So Maeve Plouffe, hopefully that is close. Apologies to the Australians if I'm getting that wrong. So they're all trying to set the fastest qualifying time they can to be able to make the gold ride or the bronze ride off tonight. New Zealand coach gives the final instructions. If you want to go see the results afterwards to see where the seating is, if you go to Cycling New Zealand, so I'll just let them get started. Nice, clean, controlled start by both ladies. Maeve just really looking like she's wanting to push and get it going a little bit earlier. Sammy was a little bit more relaxed in terms of her pushing in. So sorry, I'm saying if you want to see the timing results, if you Google Cycling New Zealand, there's an option for events. Go to international events, find the Oceania Track Champs, scroll down to the bottom of there and you can click on 2026 results. And they're getting the results up pretty quickly, probably literally only 10 minutes after each race. You can find the folder of what you're looking for either under 19 or elite, male or female, in the event, and you'll see all the sheets there. So Maeve from Australia, she's out quickly as I saw her putting that effort in at the start. She's sitting fastest that we've seen at this early stage. So completely different approach here. At the moment, Maeve has gone out really quickly. Sammy Donnelly, in a much more controlled manner. Sammy's doing 16.9, so just under 17-second laps. So Maeve has rocketed around this first half. She's continuing to get green lap boards from the coach on the other side at this halfway point. Maeve started fast and she's just continuing to get her speed. She keeps getting green screens. Sammy's continuing to roll at about 6.9s. By my eyes, the gap's not looking quite as close as it was. But Sammy's only picked up the pace fractionally. She's rolling 16.8s at the moment. Not sure, Maeve's screen colour may have changed. She may be starting to slow off a touch. She definitely got close where she was looking like in the same straight, but Sammy's starting to come back at her now. They're into the final kilometre as they come past this time. Maeve's still in front by about 3 seconds. But she's rocking and she's fighting that bike. Sammy was told to go by her coach then, so whether they've been on a hold until now. Currently 3rd and 5th fastest. Coach is telling Sammy to go now at this point, not bothering to tell her times anymore. They're going to come around to just 2 laps to go, 500 metres left, just over 30 seconds of pain to endure. So Sammy's sitting in about 7th, Maeve sitting in about 4th at the moment. So Maeve gets the bell first. She's going to take out this heat. What is her time going to be? Sammy's getting encouragement, but she's suffering out there, unfortunately for her. Been a lot of racing with the women's road race, elite race on Friday last week. So Maeve unfortunately did slip off a little bit before the end, but I'm not sure it was quite that much, so we'll maybe don't completely trust those times we saw on the screen and go and see the results in the update. I think that's almost added another chunk of a lap. All right, hey, I will leave you without commentary for a while now, but the live stream will continue and we'll get commentary back to you tonight. Enjoy the racing.
Botha and Prudence Fowler riding for gold. And the Australian pair of Sophie Edwards and Claudia Marks riding for bronze. So that bronze medal ride looks to be pretty close. But, Prue rode a very well judged 4,000 metres in her qualifying. Can she manage to challenge Brioni, a very experienced individual pursuiter herself? We now have 13 heats of elite men individual pursuit qualifying. Now the first rider on track, Toby Jones, Queensland Academy of Sport. Well performed junior rider, rode out here at the NTS Series 18 months or so ago. So this is another event that's really stormed ahead with world records. A world record held by Jonathan Milan, 3 minutes 59.153. A continental record held by James Moriarty at Santiago World Championships last year, 4:05.944. And the national record held by our own Aaron Gate, 4:06.468. So an event that for both men and women, that is the times have really closed up.
Okay, just working our way through the Elite Men's Individual Pursuit Qualifying Event 38 here in Cambridge at the Oceania Track Championships. Heat 2 of 13. So just running short of commentators currently, so you get stuck with me. That's a bit of bad luck. 8 laps come up on the board. Just been coaching our fantastic camera crew team. They're all new to this, so trying to help them along the way with some of that split screen shot tech. But we're getting there. That's looking pretty good at the moment, so I appreciate your understanding there. So everyone trying to put down a good qualifying time to put them into the finals a little later on. Josh Kavanagh here with Andrew on the front straight. Josh was up here yesterday morning commentating. Man of many talents, gets the build call from Andrew as he rolls through. Got about 30, 40 metres on Finn. Finn from the Cut-In Cycling Club in Marlborough. Wearing that distinctive Tasman kit. Andrew gives the build call to Josh there. 3 laps on the board, appears. Looks like Dan on the back straight there calling for Finn. So he was up here being commentating. That's why I've lost my commentator, to be fair. Everyone's doing a little bit of everything, which is great. It's what makes the whole event work. So Josh gets the bell there. He's certainly putting some pressure on. I didn't catch that last split, but he's in the same straight as Finn as he comes around for his final lap. Finn just picked up the bell. Half a lap to go as Josh comes around to finish. So 2 and 3 respectively, but obviously a lot of riders yet to come. .427, circa that. National record is 4 minutes from Aaron Gate. Set in February 24. So we move into Heat 3. That's Jack Dola from the Western Australia Institute of Sport. Shout out to everyone who's watching from over there. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Hunter Dalton, I call my local lad, but he's just up the road in Auckland, so it's an hour and a half away, so close enough. Counties Manukau cycling. Hunter on the back straight, Jack on the front straight. All right, that was my fault, that little bit of a picture split problem there, but we finally got a picture of Jack as he gets away cleanly. Both riders getting into their work.
know that there's a lot more to go than I've had, so make sure that he gets into his rhythm. Top of the gear.
So Hunter just with the edge on Jack there, probably about 10 metres as they come through. Yeah, 10, 15 metres or so. But it's early days. As we see 12 come up on the board for Hunter. Jack's coach down on a knee with the iPad there as he comes through each time. Jack rolls around into the front straight. We'll get a split. Just I see a couple of comments on the chat there. With, no audio as such. It's probably a little bit quiet. There's not too much to say about an IP sometimes, especially when there's 13 of them. We're picking up a little bit of the commentary. A little bit of the commentary from the infield there, so that's just sort of the background. Then we've got the main commentators up here, of which there's only me. So sometimes we're not saying too much at this particular point. So it looks like Jack's getting a little bit more pressure on the pedals. He's brought it back a little bit now in terms of position opposite Hunter. She's bang on, pretty much even. Hunter just a couple of metres ahead at this stage. So Jack's certainly starting to look towards the back end of this with 6 laps to go. See how Hunter holds up. As they swap positions currently, Jack in second in terms of overall ride. Hunter into third. So Jack clearly was saving a bit of gas in the tank. Just pulled about 3 or 4 metres ahead of Hunter. Not that they're looking at each other. This is a race against the clock, not against the opposite rider, which is a different story when we get to the finals.
Toby Jones' time still holding good water. Sitting at the moment, second and third rankings.
Riders looking like they're reasonably similar gearing on them on those bikes. I don't see too much difference by the naked eye. But certainly a bigger gear makes it a bit harder. There's not much in it. It's a total one to the other really in terms of positioning on the track. So they're trying to hunt down that lead time. Come around for the bell. Hunter nudges ahead again. Yeah, Hunter probably another 3 or 4 metres back in front of Jack. Jack's working hard. So come across in a 225, 226. That was a tight one in terms of between riders, but that puts them into second and third after 5 riders.
426.
As we see our next pair of riders, Jack Gillingham from Tauranga Cycling Club and Zach Patterson, familiar face here in Cambridge, Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club. So these riders will know each other well. So we've got Jack on the front straight, Zach on the back straight. Looks like Anna's calling Jack here on the front straight. Dan calling Zach on the back straight.
Jack and Zach underway. Blue and white of Tauranga Road Cycling Club.
Both riders away nicely, just settling into their seats after about 3/4 of a lap. See what those first sort of splits are, 22 and a 23. Should be reasonably happy with those start splits, I would have thought. They'll have a schedule to be, well, they're trying to work to. That's what I talked to their coaches about that. Jack definitely on a smaller gear than Zach, looking at that cadence. And Jack definitely gone out a little bit harder by the looks of that. Again, he'll have a plan, I'm sure, worked out with Anna in terms of what his target start lap and then his respective laps after that are. Zach just eases it back towards Jack, evened up there. So maybe 5, 6, 7 metres in that. So both riders will be looking to build the times as they get to the back end, the 9 on the board. A little bit of difference in kit. Jack running a 5, I'm assuming it's a 5-spoke, can't quite count them because it's spinning, but 5-spoke and a disc, whereas Zach double discs all round. Both riding Avanti frames by the looks of that. The integrated bars seem to be the setup. Come around 6 on the board. Zach about 6 or 7 metres ahead of Jack. Timing wise as they come around. Quick look, 5th and 6th currently. So if they want to position themselves a little better, they'll have to put a little more pressure on the pedals, definitely in the last 5. And we're looking at that time to beat, being a little bit ahead of them at the moment.
So they're coming through. 4 to go. Jack's keeping to push on in the blue and white from Tauranga. Zach's just starting to look up a little bit, not looking as comfy as he was 2 laps ago.
Yeah.
Pretty tight, close in the end. 4.7. Jack Patterson. 5.71 and 4.29. 9.44 for Jack Gillingham. Heat 5. Western Australian Institute of Sports, Samuel Washington. Termity Sports Cycling Club's Lucas Murphy in the back straight. So on the front straight, from West Australia, we have the yellow, predominantly, or with the yellow shoulders, and the black and green around the midriff. So 9 heats to go, including this one.
Right, here we are, I'm back. Just coaching my camera operators there. We'll write them a resume at the end of this event. On track, Sam Washington, Western Australia Institute of Sport, and Lucas Murphy from Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club. Sam on the front straight, Lucas on the back straight.
Lucas Murphy. Very fast and smooth at the moment. The bright Altius. Going a little under 3 kilometres to roll. Roughly 2 seconds between the two now. Lucas well into his work.
See comment there, Rob Moran, you must be watching. Yeah, we're trying to get the timing and the lap boards all sorted out. And the split screen rather. But first time we've used it really. And so a little bit of tech. And great shot of one of the commissaires there, flipping the board. That's on the back straight. Just figure it's something slightly useful. It's always a bit challenging trying to get a good shot of two riders on the track or two teams on the track. Yesterday we had that challenge with some of the team riding. I think the secret is to have that zoom out a little bit more. We've got the two cameras. We've moved the cameras from earlier in today's session. One camera on, so the left side of your screen is on turn 1, and the right side is, as you look at the TV, is turn 3. So they're positioned in the same, well, opposite sides of the track. It hopefully makes it a bit better than what we had earlier on. We were using the camera next to the streaming disc. Anyways, as I tell you about that, we've got both riders in the same straight at the moment. So Lucas Murphy is trying to hunt down Sam. He has a little sneaky look up there. I saw that. He's seeing where he is. He knows if he gets a little closer, he's going to get a bit of a draft there. That will help his cause. Of course, he can't pull up right behind him, but he'll certainly get a little closer, and that'll give him a good time. Or help him towards a good time. As I look up on the board, yep, Lucas Murphy is currently in first position. Sam in a respectable third position as well as we come around with 2 to go. So this is going to work out pretty well for Lucas if he can just hold it there for a little bit. Get as much benefit out of that. He's still closing on him. He's got about 10 metres. He is going to catch him at this stage. He has another look up. So he's going to have to go round. It's a little bit further distance. Here he goes. And he's got to make the effort to get around, which is not the easiest thing to do. Now he's going a few extra metres through the corner. 9 metres extra on that blue line through the corner as it gets over the top. Sam gets the bell. He's onto his last lap. Lucas is coming round into the finishing line, and he is going to stop the clock. Look at that, in a first position of 4:15. That's going to be the time to beat. Still plenty of good riders to come through, though, so he'll be sitting there watching the clock somewhat. But it definitely a good ride from both those riders, actually. Sam puts himself into third position currently, looking at the scoreboard. I've one behind me, but that's a little bit harder to see across the other side of the velodrome. Is the better one for us. Fortunate to have 2 of them here in Cambridge. 2 very good timing screens. As we get set up for the next heat, Josh Grieve, Blake Quick. Josh Grieve hasn't been in the cycling scene a super long time. He went to Junior Wheels last year, but certainly a more recent convert compared to some other riders, but plenty of strength, strong rider, and Blake Quick, Australian national team. So this could be a good one. Plenty to play for here.
The front straight. Cycling Otago's Joshua Green in the back straight. Australian national team.
Like Josh Grieve just waiting for his bike to come up. It looks like maybe a little mechanical. Yeah, I see Andrew sorting something out there, looking at the back wheel. Might be looking like they're just putting some air in the tyre, maybe. A little hard to tell. A couple of people got in the way there. But we'll be a couple of minutes. So everyone patiently waiting. Blake's ready to go. He's sitting in his seat, ready to go. There we go. Everyone looking across, they probably can't quite tell what the problem is, given that the bike's in the infield. Looks like an extra set of hands. Everyone on deck looks like an Anzac fix. I think there was Aussies and Kiwis involved in that one, whatever the problem was. Pretty much sums it up. Everyone's here to help, make it all happen. As the bike goes into the gate. Andrew's done that a few times. He's clearly going to call for Josh today. As Josh comes round. And look at that, John Andrews on the back of the gate here on the front straight. So not only is he coaching, they got him to work the gates by the looks of this. Must be a bit quiet down in the pit, not too sure. Anyways, nice to see him out there. As the riders get away. Yep, John Wheels in the gate there. National coach for the New Zealand sprint team. Doing his part. Hey guys, so your rider is going on to the back straight. He's the blue rider. Blue rider. You're following the blue rider. Sorry, I think you probably heard a bit of that. Just coaching by camera crew on the front straight there. That's okay. We'll catch up. Look pretty even. There we go. Out of the blocks pretty quick there for Blake. Straight into that first position. Josh Grieve into third. With 11 on the board. Blake taking no prisoners here as he's 20 or 25 ahead of Josh. Going to be pretty close to being in the same straight here as he comes around turn 2. Josh just rolling through turn 3. Not sure he's had a sneak peek yet, but I'm sure that's coming not too far away if this continues. Blake definitely keen to put down this time. I saw him have a little look there as he was going into turn 3 on that last lap. He's starting to be aware of where Josh is. But on a straight there between the two riders.
Just under 2 kilometres to roll. Just over half distance.
Blake still just edging ever closer to Josh. You see that, there we go, in that live stream shot there. You can see the riders in the same frame. There we go. (6-2) the call for Josh on that last lap. Andrew looks up. Josh just eased back into 5th overall and Blake into 2nd. So with 4 laps on the board, going to be a big push, a little bit of a shift on the saddle there from Blake, getting better position for the power, I'm guessing. Both riders starting to feel it, I'm guessing. A little bit of rocking from Josh there. Blake's still pretty stable, but definitely looking like a bit more harder on the legs. Josh sneaks up into 4th ahead there. Yeah, I'm not quite sure that the timing's got it right there at the moment. As both riders get the bell, the positioning is definitely not there's a problem with the timing there. That we manual timing on that one. Blake definitely well ahead, but hard to tell. Wasn't quite paying attention. It's definitely not 11th and 10th on the times. I think we got an extra lap on there. Both riders not doing that time. So we'll have to have a look and a review about that one. But as it went into those final few laps, Blake was definitely in a 2nd position overall in terms of time. Whether he managed to squeeze that back to circa 4:15, we'll see on the manual timing. And the same for Josh Grieve. We'll get a final time for him. Certainly be a bit better than 4:35, I'm guessing. as we get set for the next heats. Heat 7, 7 of 13. Josh Duffy from the Australian national team. Noah Blennon from the Queensland Academy of Sports. I'm sure these riders know each other. Josh on the front straight, Noah on the back. So they look all pretty much set to go. We've got Craig Roger on the back straight there, standing on the gate by the looks of that. And John on the front. First half lap, settle into their seats, get onto the bars. We'll see how the lap splits go. 21 and change 22. Pretty much as you'd expect. So a bit of effort in the first lap, float the second, and then away we go. Okay, quick start from Noah. In fact, a good start from Joshua too there. Rank, as you probably heard from Hano there, he's in the infield. Ranked 1 and 2. Question will be how much pain is in the last part of this race for these two riders. Settled into their work. Well, shout out for all those over in Aussie. Great to have you watching if you're there. It's been a busy season. Many of us were over at Austral in Melbourne. Always a good event. Black Lion's been another one. Had a few teams over the last couple of years since that's been running. Certainly New Zealand riders over in Aussie doing that. And of course, great event which we try and get New Zealand riders to is the AJTS Junior under 17, under 15 events, which are a great opportunity to race against some different riders. So I think a bit more opportunities for New Zealanders to come over and do a bit of that in Australia. Louise always puts on a good show. She is always there. She keeps us honest. For those of you in Australia, you may or may not know, but we only have one gear restriction in New Zealand. That's under 17s or below. There's a 7 metre gearing. Don't have under 15. Different under 15 restrictions or lower. So when Kiwis go to race in Aussie, certainly in those junior ranks, they find a little bit different. They need to spin. Which is not something that we focus on as much as possibly Australians do. But they need to spin, and also we're allowed to ride tubs in New Zealand at any stage and slightly different rim depth requirements. So a little bit of equipment changes, which always throws in a bit of variation, which is really good for the Kiwi riders to come and experience. As we see these two come around with one to go, it's been a pretty big ride from Noah, 1 and 3 respectively. As he gets the bell, he's going to be challenging for that Yeah, challenging for that top time. His hips and head are moving a little bit as he comes round. 4:10. That's a really brought the bar down, puts him into first spot. Josh Duffy into fifth there. Still with a good 4:22.
And on the track, in the front straight, New Zealand's Nicholas Kurgazu de la Boursière, or just Kurgi as we know him, or if you've known him for a while, you might know him as Kilo Kurgi. And on the back straight, from Counties Manukau Cycling, we have Lucas Bimmy, Junior Worlds rider from 2 years ago.
And we're away again into the next heat, Heat 8. Nick Kurgazu and Lucas Bimmy. Nick on the front straight, Lucas on the back straight. Low 22s for both riders, that first lap. Nick in the Kiwi kit there. Led the TP team out yesterday, if I recall. Strong rider, has a pretty respectable flying 200 and kilo tom. So Nick hunting down Lucas. Starting to close that gap. Still early days, 10 to go. Close to the length of a straight.
Lucas still pretty much in control of his ride. Still good position. Again, the difference between a young elite rider.
Try and sort out that lap board. It looks like it's doing a better job now.
Elite competition in his legs.
So for those of you on the live stream, we do have two audio channels running at the moment. So there's me, which you can probably hear really well, hopefully, whether you choose to or not. And in the background, we've got the background feed from the velodrome there. So you probably pick up Hano there, but he's not our main commentator. Probably if we're not talking, or we haven't got a commentator on the desk, we'll probably turn him up a little bit louder by all accounts, so you can hear a commentator of some description. But really, it's there so you can hear the bell, hear the bell and the guns and everything else that's going on in the infield.
Not the best place to make the pass, kind of battling down the back straight a wee bit, but he's now ahead.
So that was Nick. He had the bell on the last one, picks up his time. .419. Puts him in the hunt currently in third. Lucas into 12th with a 4.27. With just 5 qualifying heats to go in this men's IP. After the IP, it'll get a whole lot more exciting. Not that IP is not exciting, but elimination races, junior under-19 women and junior under-19 men. And that men's under-19 field certainly strong this year, certainly in New Zealand. Big numbers as first years, so it's pretty competitive. Benson Boys will be in there. He is having a stellar year. He is the national crit champion for New Zealand. He's the Omnium champion from late last year, and he has just taken out the New Zealand road race here earlier in the week. So he is totally on form. They'll be watching him, most definitely. But eliminations aren't quite a game of plans that always go to plan, really, to be fair. You can get a little caught out. So it'll be a great race to watch. That's going to come up after all the IPs. And that will round out the morning session. As we get underway, both riders away. Hamish Keast, George Jackson. Hamish from Canterbury Track Cycling, George in the New Zealand HP program. Now, I hope Hamish is, I'm sure his parents are watching. I hope his physio's not. Just looking at how he is all tucked in on that aero position. Looks pretty comfortable there.
George stepping into his rhythm, putting a minute into his ride. 75 metres completed. So a 108 opening kilo for George, 110 for Hamish. George spent a couple of years racing for a Spanish team. Burgos PH. Racing for the New Zealand team, which
there's about 15 different things going on at the streaming desk at the moment, but that's okay. While we're here, just going to see what the weather's doing currently.
Second ranking.
27 degrees in Cambridge, so that's outside. So it's going to be warmer in here. Maybe a chance of a shower later, but just partly cloudy. So expecting this evening's session to be pretty warm. So both riders into the same straight there. George just starting to hunt down Hamish as we have 3 on the boards. Yep, little look up from George. He knows he's there.
3 laps to go. 2.5 laps to go now.
Getting a little bit of a draft now as he gets to within 10, just outside 10 metres. Out 14 or so metres. And closing. It's going to come around Hamish with 2 to go. Here comes George, going to come around and get the bell.
George cruises past down the back straight.
There it is. Makes the catch. Going to be a good time. There we go. Breaks the 4:10. Down to 4:09. Now the benchmark. Hamish comes around. Put himself into 5th with a 4:18.
So heat 10. A couple of young guns out here. Both county NFL cycling riders in the front straight.
Yeah, here we go. Heat 10. These riders definitely know each other, both from the same club, Counties Manukau Cycling. Dan Morton and Eddie Pawson. So Dan Morton, more recently to Junior Worlds. Eddie Pawson went to Tel Aviv a couple of years back.
Recent stage winner, Tour of Southland.
Well-known family, the Pawsons, great supporters of cycling. Tim, obviously, is familiar to many people. Indeed, he was up here commentating yesterday morning. Did a great job. Thanks, Tim. Sure you'll be watching. Saw Eddie briefly yesterday before we went for a little road ride, so hopefully his legs are feeling good. Dan on the front straight. He is being called by Fish there. Fish will be up here commentating, I think, tonight. He's been coaching him a while now. And I think Dan is on the back straight calling for Eddie. Lots of encouragement on the front straight to get over the gears. There we go. That was my fault. Sorry, late switch on the cameras. I'm a guy, I can only do one thing at once. As both settled down onto their bars and away we go with 14 on the board. 5-5's the call. Not quite sure if there was a 5-5 or 5-0. I can hear Fish calling there. But Fish even encouraging Eddie along there, even though he's not calling for him as he comes past. Five fives, I think they're pretty steady from Dan. Is currently both riders sitting in the mid-pack range there. Sixth, seventh, eighth, somewhere around there. Dan has a big engine there. He won a stage of the Tour of Southland recently, I think. Can't remember exactly which one it was, but certainly plenty of strength and plenty of talent there.
Both riders looking in nice control of your rides.
Yeah, Eddie looking good. He's just nicely positioned. He's got his eyes down. He is not moving. He is clearly well and truly focused.
Good lines on the track.
Five on the board. Not too far to go. It's easy for me to say. Sure, it doesn't feel like too far to go. Feels like a whole lot of distance to go if you're on those bikes, but still tracking in that mid-pack. Dan in 6th, Eddie in 9th currently. It's about 20 metres ahead is Dan of Eddie. That's the difference.
Both riders still looking pretty comfy on their bikes. There's a big call to speak into an individual pursuit. Morton's ranking just improving a little there, moving up into 4th. A lot of progress can be made in the very late stages of these individual pursuits. One lap to go.
Good time there from Dan. 4:18. Not too far behind there, Eddie Paulson on a 4:21.
And Morton's 4:18.942. Paulson's 4:21.772. Another heat coming up. Young riders. So again, like the last one, I suspect. In the front straight cycling, Southland's Magnus Jamison.
So yeah, grab my start list here. Yep, heat 11, so 3 to go. Some big names in here. We have a few recognised riders in here. We've got Magnus on the front straight here from Cycling Southland. Ollie Watson-Palmer from Te Ao Motorsport Cycling Club. We recently moved up here from Canterbury. Ollie on the back straight. Magnus in that distinctive Southland kit on the front straight.
again, measured start. Magnus ahead. Oliver at the moment. Oliver just starting to come back. Expect Magnus to be slightly hotter out of the gate.
It's like Elise Fraser calling for Magnus here on the front straight.
Making good progress.
That's because Andrew is now on the back straight, so a little bit of swapping around there.
Great to have this level of competition here for them.
Pretty well matched, these two, as it currently stands. Ninth and 12th on the overall timings thus far. Yeah, keep him in the left side, like that whole half lap. He wasn't in the picture at all.
A lot of progress to be made in the last 45 seconds. To
Yep, that's perfect. He's right in the middle of our picture, which is where you want him. Eight on the board. Magnus just pulls away a little bit. On Ollie. Magnus just sitting in 6th, Ollie in 11th. Magnus also Junior Worlds rider for New Zealand. He was in Cali, Colombia a couple of years back. Now keen to put up his hand in the elite space. Pretty handy bunch rider is Magnus as well. He shown his talent in a few races over the years. Has a good turn of speed in the sprints, but enjoys a good elimination as well. Three on the board. Magnus comes around for 5th position, looking to pick that up, squeeze the pedals. This gives Ollie a bit of encouragement as he comes through, as well as Magnus. Come around for the bell lap. Magnus coming around to finish in 3:18. Held steady in 5th spot there overall. Ollie Watson-Palmer there coming in at 4:20. 9th, clearly a lot of riders in that 15 to just over 20 space. Said be looking for a sub 4:10 to get you somewhere into the medals, the medal finals a little later on.
This one will be a cracker.
Just zoom it out just a touch, because it's so tight there. Yeah, about there. Where you want it. as we go into heat 12, second to last heat of these elite men's individual pursuit qualifying, event 38. Keegan Hornblow here on the front straight. Marshall Irwood on the back straight. Fancy seeing him here. Both in Kiwi kit, so this is going to be a little hard one to work out. So on the left side of your screen, you'll have Keegan Hornblow. On the right side of your screen, you have Marshall Irwood, both in the high performance program here in New Zealand. Marshall up here from Invercargill. Was chatting to his mother there a little earlier on. His mother up visiting for the event, heading back at the end of the weekend there. Making sure he's behaving while he's up in Cambridge. Younger rider come through again in Tel Aviv. Carly. One or the other, both maybe. Have to think about that. But certainly riders come through the junior world ranks. And been doing a lot of riding. He was here doing the Road Nationals here this week. Certainly putting his hand up in part of that high performance space. So we see 10 on the board. Pretty close run thing at the moment. Second and third, Marshall just marginally ahead. As I say, that he edges up into the number one spot. So he'll be super keen to try and hang on to that, put himself into a final later on. And certainly with just one more qualifying heat to come, that would be a good place to be. The question will be, can he hang on with 7 laps to go? That lactate will start building up, those legs will start burning and feeling a whole lot heavier. And he stretches out, he's got a good 8 to 10 metres as Keegan himself moves up into second spot. So a nice ride from both riders here. Cheer goes up in the headfield there. Adrian calling Keegan on the front straight and Anna calling on the back straight. Marshall doing really well here. He is 15 metres up on Keegan currently. Yeah, so 3 on the board. He is giving it. There's definitely some determination going in there. I see the mouth wide open. He's pulling the big lungs in, with a bit of air into the lungs, well and truly. Little cheer from the crowd there, encouraging him along on the main straight. As Marshall comes through. Bit of a grimace on the face of Keegan there as well. Marshall's going to come round for the bell on this one. 1-2. There's the bell for Marshall. He'll be giving it everything at this stage. He's got 20 metres on Keegan, so it's all about the time for him. .407 sets the benchmark. Keegan just drops into third on a 4:10, but still a great time. But that's a fantastic ride from Marshall. He really put it down on that one, so everything to play for in this last heat. Liam Walsh, Australian national team, and Tom Sexton from the Kiwi HP team.
At the moment, fastest talent held by Marshall.
So I'm sure Marshall will be watching this final heat with a lot of interest, and so he should be.
Keegan Hornblows 14.015. Then Noah Blanning's 14.818. Now, heat 13, the final heat. In the front straight, Australian national teams, Liam Walsh. In the back straight, New Zealand HB, Thomas Sexton. So you expect these rides to be in that ballpark? If not.
So these two riders will have seen that last ride. They'll know what the overall time is that they're going to need to beat to get into those finals. That said, they will have already worked out a schedule. The rest will be up to how much is in the legs. Got the 2 thumbs up from Marshall Irwood's mum. She's walking past me here, going down into the stands. So she will also be watching this with a great deal of interest. As our last two riders, Liam Walsh on the front straight, Tom Sexton on the back straight, get underway. 21 from Liam, 22 from Tom. 21 and change, I didn't quite see what the initial final split was there from Liam, but certainly one of the quicker starts from what I've seen on the start lap. So I doubt whether they'll be leaving anything out there. As Tom really has got into it here, he's gone right into that first seed. Liam in third. I'd suggest that Tom was a little slower out of, well, he was a little slower than Liam out on that first lap, but certainly cracking into it in the early stages of this qualifying. Tom also been doing a lot of racing. He was out at the Road Nationals here earlier. I'm not sure if he did the crit on the weekend, but quite likely. Been on good form by all accounts from what I've seen. So almost into the same straight as Liam with 8 on the board. Adrian on the back straight calling for him. Still looking pretty comfortable, nice and stable as Tom, as he just closes in on Liam. If he gets another 10 or 15 metres, he'll start getting a little help with the draft. Not sure, I haven't seen him have a sneak peek yet, but Adrian will certainly be giving him a heads up if that's if he's going to get a little closer. A bit of a shift on the saddle there from Liam. Well and truly forward on that bike. A little shift back and forth. But Tom had a little look there, I see, on the front straight. He knows he's there. That'll give him that little bit of a chase factor. Come round, just a couple on the board, I think. Yep, one next time round. Tom will get the bell. He has been flying.
The eye on the prize.
Still in first seed. This could be a good one from Tom. There's the bell. Liam's going to come round for the bell this time on the front straight. Tom's hunting him down. He's not going to catch him, but he's certainly going to get close. It's all about the time now, and he will. 4:05. There we go. He is going to take it out. Be the top seed in this elite men's pursuit qualifying.
4:68. A stunning time, nonetheless. So that sets us up for a great final tonight. Unofficially, that would be Tom Sexton versus Marshall Earwood.
Yep, looks like Tom Sexton, Marshall Earwood, unofficially, because I'm not an official, will be the gold medal. And
George Jackson and Keegan Hornblow.
George Jackson, Keegan Hornblow for the bronze. As we come up for the junior 19 women's elimination race, event 39, there's the start list. We'll sit tight here, we'll sort out a couple of cameras, and then we'll be back in a minute.
Right. Up next we have the under 19 woman elimination race. A good group of girls here racing. At the front there, up the top of the fence, we have Shayla Sayers, followed by Neve McKenzie, Sienna Monteith, Madeline Bell, and Hannah Petit.
So we're underway
As they roll away.
Under 19 woman elimination race. So there'll be 2 laps from once a neutral lap at the moment. The starter will give them the start. If he's happy that they've got to the start line in a nice compact group. And every 2 laps, the last rider across the line will be eliminated.
So now the riders get underway. Shayla Sayers there on the front with Lily Keast on her hip. Sienna Monteith from QAS up there.
Right, we're back with you on this, the Junior 19 Women's elimination race. We're underway. I think the bell went. 259 is going to be our first rider eliminated, Lilia Harvard. Got Carter with me on the desk. He loves a good elimination. How's it going, Carter?
Pretty good.
Move your mic in there, mate.
Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you better now.
All right, sweet.
Do you wish you were out, not racing this one, but the next one, probably, Junior 19 men?
Yeah, that'll be a good one to watch.
As we come around for an elimination.
Down the bottom there, number 276, Hannah Petit.
276, there it is.
Rider eliminated there. You can't be caught down the bottom of the track in an elimination.
So
So they come around again for another elimination lap. The CMC rider at the top there looks in a bit of trouble. Madeline Bell eliminated that time round. So still the QAS rider off the front there. Number 252 that is, Megan Moore, just holding off on the front. See if the girls catch up to her or not. Elimination lap this time. Canterbury rider Shayla Sayers down the bottom there, she's in a bit of trouble. Her fellow rider Lily Keese comes around the top. And it looks like the CMC rider got caught out that time. Neve McKenzie. It's a bit of a shock. I think most people would expect her to stay to the last three. Probably would have been one looking to make it on the podium.
Yep, Neve, a strong rider, had a big day out yesterday. So you can never quite tell in an elim. So those two Canterbury riders at the back got a long way to go round. Particularly can't quite catch who the rider is down the bottom. They'll be hoping that the inside riders push forward. And there we go. Dicing with it a little bit as they drop down.
The
but
CMC rider that time, Mia Pepper, caught out.
Mia Pepper just not enough in the tank to push over. But down on the inside's a tough place to be. Unless that rider in front of you pushes forward or you can throw your bars through a gap, you're going to go the long way round. So that's 256. Lily Keast. She's managed to get out of there, so she's just going to hold that.
Megan Moore's in a little bit of trouble there down the bottom if Lily can hold it on.
Yep, as they come round. .252, Megan Moore is the rider eliminated down to 3. One more elimination and then we pretty much end up in a 2-up sprint situation for the last two. Tactics will change then, but at this stage, just got to look.
Lily Keast makes a move there up the inside.
So
Caught the two others by surprise.
Yeah, it's a good move from Lily there. Makes it a long way round for the other two riders.
Shayla and Sienna are still coming around the outside though. Lily's going to have to work hard to hold them off.
All comes down to who's going to get the roll off the track. Ooh, I think Lily hung on there.
Cool.
Wait for the commissaires.
Shayla Sayers.
Shayla Sayers, 251. So now it's 2 up. So Lily on the inside of the track. Just looking, going to hold the riders up. Well, hold her opponent up. So they come around for the bell.
Should be looking to delay the sprint as long as she can.
A little bit of shoulder to shoulder to come through the front straight. Here we go. Lily's going to lead it out. It's going to be a drag race. It was a dead wheel pass. She's right on the top of the sprinters lane there.
Looks like Lily's going to hold this one.
Sienna Monteith can't get round Lily. That's a familiar name from Australia. Seen Sienna come through that AJTS rounds. Good strong rider, but didn't quite have enough to get round Lily. But irrespective, some really good racing. As I look across to the far side, junior men, this one's going to be longer. Quite sure how many competitors. Okay, as the riders roll off the back straight. Okay, so we have riders on the up on the fence and also on the blue band. Let's try that. It's been a long day. Good spread of riders here. Canterbury track cycling, a few riders there. Cycling, Manukau cycling, Southland, New Caledonia. Chad Charrett. I hope I didn't get that too wrong, but great to see New Caledonia riders here. So up on the fence, Lachlan Walters, Oliver Wards, Sam Hilditch, Benson boys, Lachlan Stewart. Seen Lachlan race plenty of times. Fantastic rider from the Alpine Cycling Club. Daniel Grief, we just saw, Jamie Henderson, Max Allen, Kirian Moutry, Sean from Canterbury Track Cycling there, 3 gold. Ollie Clark, Jesse Johnson, William Brown, Riley Crampton, Ollie Keast, Remy Dalton, Jack Allen, Cole Faringer, James Turnbull, and Chad from New Caledonia. This could get sporty, this one. Nothing like a good elimination. What do you reckon, Carter? Going to be a good race?
Yep, pretty big field for an elimination, so it's going to be really important on where the rider's position. It'll be a long way to go around the top if you get stuck at the back. So this race is really going to come down to a lot of tactics and smarts.
So this is where the Aussie riders do really well with their racing in Aussie, being on a more restrictive gears than New Zealand. You cannot come from the back, so it's all about positioning. They tend to be quite good tactical riders. And if you get a wall of 5 wide on the front of that bunch there, it makes it really hard to come around. But the Aussies are good at it, so we'll see how they go.
Already in the neutral lap, they're going quite quick, as everyone's already fighting for position. As the elimination's one of the races where position's probably arguably the most important part of the race. So you can see already pushing the pace on the front there, Max Allen with Lockie Stewart on his wheel, followed by Jamie Henderson. So that looks like the CMC rider of Cole Faringer there, coming around the top, trying to make his way to the front. A few riders off the back there, James Turnbull and Jack Allen stuck at the back. They're going to have to make quite the effort to get around. First rider eliminated there, James Turnbull. So they come around again to get another elimination lap. And that's once again Jack Allen there up the top at the back. He's not in the best of positions. He'll be looking to move. Ooh, as there's a bit of rubbing the wheels there up the top. Eliminations are quite common for their crashes, as it's super close racing and everyone's constantly fighting for every single position. Looks like that time Jack Allen eliminated there. The Southlander there have been some boys hanging out at the back. He'll be looking to have a good campaign this week, just coming off the back of a New Zealand Under-19 Road National title here in Cambridge not long ago. So it's one of the QAS riders there pushing the pace on the front. As we come around back into the front straight, and it looks like the CMC rider again gets caught out at the back there. There's Cole Faringer out. He would have liked to have done a bit better, I'm sure. You know, he's had a pretty successful past few races, Northern Cup towards the end of January. He went quite well.
Third at Road Nats?
As well as, third at Road Nats. So I'm sure he'll be looking to do a bit better in some of the other races coming up. As this time, Southlander Benson boys, as well as the Canterbury rider Sean Threadgill, all at the back. Tight margins.
I think some days I wonder, it's a Southland tactic. They do, I've seen it before from plenty of riders in Southland. They just push from the back. They just circulate around but keep themselves just enough out of trouble so not to get eliminated.
So that lap there was no elimination, so all the riders will have another chance to try to get themselves out of trouble. As this time we come around, and it's the New Caledonian rider there at the back who's struggling. Might get around. Oh no, unfortunately not. as there's Lockie Stewart there pushing the pace on the front as he's just overtaken, as I say that, by Riley Crampton, who obviously wants to sit on the front and try to control the pace. Quite a common tactic in the elimination, to sit at the front and race it how you would want it to be raced. Probably the safest place to be, but you always need to be looking over your shoulder to make sure that no one's going to come flying around the outside.
So yellow flag up. They're trying to get rider 221 out. So no eliminations at this stage while they caution the rider. There we go. You get a wave. I think he's finally realised that he was eliminated. So we'll restart the race. Pace still reasonably hot. There we go. Bell goes.
A few years ago in the elimination, they used to actually run little devices on the bikes that would notify the rider of when they were eliminated, but I believe they got rid of those a while ago, so now the rider just needs to be aware of where they are in the bunch and realise when they're out. So you come around this time. Looks like, can't tell from up here. Down the bottom, Jesse Johnson caught out.
Benson ran a close thing on that one. I didn't quite catch it, but
yeah, Benson's playing a risky game there at the back. You know, he'll definitely need to try save his legs as it only gets harder and harder after each elimination.
And it's an honest pace. There's a bit of yelling going on, and you can tell by the way the field's stretched, and suddenly it comes together into that turn 3 as they stack up wide, trying to get around. But you've got to realise that the blue line, which is about halfway up the track there, is an extra 17 metres. So those riders who are 3 and 4 wide are doing 17 metres further than anyone else, which means they're actually going quicker than the riders down the bottom. So quicker means more energy, means you're probably not going to last as long. So how long can you live there? That's it. Benson's a strong rider, so he seems pretty happy to...
Speaking of Benson, he's starting to make a move around the outside there. That looks like Remy Dalton caught out at the back. He's going to have to make quite a big move, but I don't think he will get there. Yeah, Remy Dalton, he won't be pleased with that one. Just got caught out there at the back.
He did. So if you look down the bottom, as we go into the bell lap, you can get a pretty good sense of where the trouble's going to be. So you see that Canterbury rider pushing out 224. They're going to have to make a move. You don't want to dive down, but that said, if you can get round the top, the riders in the CMC kit down the bottom of the track are in a place of nowhere to go.
Which is exactly what we might see here.
That would have been a tough one.
Max Allen, yep.
Yep, Max Allen down the bottom of the track. So you can see that developing about a lap before it actually happened. So
that's why you always need to be aware of your surroundings in the bunch, because you might think you're safe down the bottom of the track, but really you have nowhere to go. And just like we've seen here with Max, you get caught out. Oh. Bit of a crash there. Sure, the comms have pulled out the yellow flag, so race will be neutralised while all riders look.
So we got 3 or 4 riders down there. So the race is neutralised, so the pace comes right off and the riders are riding up on the track. And the riders can rejoin. So just follow that bunch, they're fine. In fact, you can look at the guys getting their bikes fixed. So it looks like riders are all getting back in. Spare wheels were there. Yellow flag still out. You can see, well, you might not be able to see, but Brendan, the commissary, has got 3 fingers up. So they got 5 laps to get back in. 1,250 metres. So if a rider's not back in within those 5 laps, then they're unable to join the race. Looks like everyone is back in. So just rolling around on the back straight. There's also a bit of a trick to how to rejoin the race. So there is one rider who is half a lap down on the bunch. So they would be best to sit up and slow down before that 5-lap count comes up to rejoin the race. Otherwise they've got to chase back on. So let the bunch catch them and then slide in. So now they're half a lap down, which is going to make it really hard. It can be a frantic race, does the elimination?
As it looks like Lockie Stewart, who was one of the ones caught up in the crash, has not made it back into the bunch, so unfortunate for him. He won't resume in this race. Would have been one of the favourites for this.
Definitely, he is a super strong Australian rider with heaps of talent, and it's great to see him race any time he's out there. So that's really unfortunate that he cannot rejoin. So we're back into the eliminations.
Riley Crampton there pushing the pace on the front.
2-2-4.
Sean Threadgill there eliminated. Unfortunately for him, just caught up on that crash. Wasn't able to get back in. That's his day over. So they come around again for another lap there. That's Ollie Keast sending it up the inside. That's always a risky move. There's nowhere to go once you're up there. Short-term game, but long-term it might not be very good for you. As the QAS rider there stuck down the bottom. Lachlan Walters out. So all these riders are pretty smart when it comes to knowing how to race. They all know that they shouldn't be trying to ride down the bottom, up the inside, but sometimes that's all where you can go and you just have to be there. So as you see there, Ollie Keast, he will know he's not in the right position, he needs to move, but there's not much he can do. He needs to wait for the other riders to move before he gets a chance there as he's brushing the shoulders of the QAS rider. He's going to try to get around, but he's looked around and he's realised he's at the back and might have got lucky. Yep.
So Jamie didn't realise he was tucked in.
Not aware of his surroundings there, and Ollie Keast got lucky to get over when he did. So Jamie scored out there, and Ollie Keast lives to see another lap. So Ollie rolled right over the front, which is a smart move, and he's pushing the pace. Benson Boys starting to make a move around the outside. Oliver Clark trying to jump on his wheel, and I think that's Riley Crampton there also trying to push around. It's going to be close on the line. Riley Crampton out there. So a few big names getting out quite early here. A few people that you would expect to go pretty good, potentially make it into that podium position, out quite early. So to really see a different podium to what we have expected here towards the end of this race.
Right, tighter bunch here as we come round. It's going to be squeezed at the bottom. I think it's Ollie Keast. Just he had a glance over his shoulder and looked up the track to see he had nowhere to go.
Did well to recover from the crash and get back in there for a few laps.
Yep, that's it. There'll be a bit of adrenaline going after the crash, and then that wears off, and then you probably start to feel it, to be frank. Oh, there's Benson swinging down, swinging up. One assumes he's got a plan as he comes round the top. On the
Oliver Clark out there.
Yeah, on the outside there. So we get down to the last 5.
This is really the bitter end of the elimination when everyone's legs are full of the lactate and they're all trying to hold on. Really digging it in for every single position.
So looks like we got a couple Aussie riders in there. Benson's in there trying to pick the skin suits. So the rider on the inside there just going to get into a bit of trouble.
Daniel Grieve,
yeah.
In a bit of trouble.
So Benson boxing him in, which is a good strategy for Benson. Not so good for Daniel.
At this point in the elimination, it becomes quite easy for riders like Benson to race from the back as the bunch is smaller. So you can see Benson there in the Southland kit at the back. just sitting on and letting those boys tow him around until about turn 3, where he'll try pop out like he here is
There
now.
he is. So as long as you're not 3 wide across the front.
3 left now. So those 3 will all be on the podium this afternoon. Good ride from all these boys to keep out of trouble in that crash earlier on. I don't believe any of them came down.
So 2 sassy riders against the Kiwi rider. Everyone looking around. Benson's going to back himself to go round.
Benson's got a long way to go though. Looks like he might get him on the line.
Oh, I'm not sure he did.
Close. Oh, he did.
Oh, he did. He throw the bars there across the line.
So this is where it turns into a bit of a match sprint, just the 2 riders. So whoever's first across the line on this one will take out the elimination title for the under-19 boys.
So the sassy rider controlling Benson on the fence, shutting down his options. Bit of rubbing.
He's going to try to pin him to the fence for as long as he can.
Yeah,
Benson's got a lot of work to do. He's going to be in the draft of the wheel.
Here comes Benson.
He's got a lot of work.
He's got a little ways to go from there.
Doesn't look like he's going to get there. So rider 203, that is Oliver Ward, is the winner of the under-19 men's elimination. Good finish there from Benson boys.
Yep.
Used quite a bit of legs early on in the race to get around. Wonder how much of that paid up. He had to pay for that later on, but no, a good race from those boys.
Power to keep sport and recreation safe and fair
is in all of us.
As one team, we can help prevent harm, especially to our tamariki and rangatahi.
Harm can mean abuse, discrimination, or not playing it straight.
So if you see something that's not tika,
or need support raising integrity standards,
The Sport Integrity Commission, Te Kahuro Nui, is here to help.
out here.
In here.
Wherever we play.
So just waiting for the presentations to start. That's for events 39 and 40. This is the get sorted out. And then that will conclude the session. We will start again in an hour and 45 minutes. That's not too far away, see, for this evening session. In that session, we have right out of the gate the Elite Men's Scratch Race qualifying. Again, some really good numbers in the Elite Men's field, so they're having to run 2 heats over 7.5 Ks into some sprint quarterfinals. And a little later on, some under 19 racing again, the women's and men's scratch racing, and also elite women and men's scratch race. That'll wrap up the evening session. Also hope to have a little bit of extra hands on deck. We'll get the mobile camera out. It's always a handy one for the sprint finals. And also maybe some more interviews in the infield. So those of you who are not here but want to see what your riders are up to, we'll hopefully get into that a little later on. We'll just keep you abreast of the presentations here shortly.
I would be really excited to see people pick up cycling and take that beyond the school gates, beyond the velodrome, beyond the mountain bike tracks. We structure our cycling program at St. Peter's from pathways to development to HP in 3 disciplines. We have mountain biking, track and road, and we provide opportunities for everybody. We invite people who are just learning to ride a bike to people who are trying to think about the Olympics. Cycling's a really good option for everybody. You can do it indoors, you can do it on a trail, you can do it on a park.
So my cycling journey began way back when I was in year 7. I started out on the road, and I actually had an incredible group of 5 other girls with me. We all had our first event at the North Island Road Secondary Schools Champs, which we fought really hard, but we just hadn't had the same level of exposure as some of the other year 8 teams had. But it really built an incredible culture and environment behind us that then pushed us all into doing track.
So as a junior cyclist, I feel like the older kids in cycling really give you a push along, like they really help you and they want you to be better, which is, yeah, really nice. There is a pretty big junior squad for year 7 and 8.
I think success looks like in cycling when we develop a love of the sport. Cycling's not just a sport, it's a mode of transport, it's a means of freedom. There's going to be a bonus double points sprint somewhere in the middle. You'll know because the bell will be rung extremely aggressively.
For me personally, in the last couple of years, I believe that it's been really important to build a connection with the people that I've been riding with, especially some of the younger ones. I would really like to try and leave behind a legacy of connecting with everyone.
To me, the cycling program excels in opportunities, and I think we're one of the best programs in New Zealand in terms of that. We offer a lot of options, not just on the track, on mountain bike and road, where they can excel internationally, nationally. We provide one-on-one coaching, we provide lots of different options in terms of nutrition, training advice, skills.
I think the really awesome part about cycling is it doesn't matter whether you're just in for one discipline. All of the different disciplines are very easily adaptable. You can shift between them as often as you want to, and it's not super scary to do that either.
I do track and road and a little bit of mountain biking.
We try and structure our training program to peak at certain times of year and prioritise fitness at other times of year. We have multiple trainings a week and cycling's year round.
Luckily we have Rushley Buchanan. She's a very good cyclist. She's a former Olympic person. She's awesome. The skills I'm learning are cornering, descending and climbing.
Or a chill bell will signify the next lap is a sprint lap. Normal points, okay? 5, 3, 2, 1. Our major cycling values are respect, accountability, ownership and leadership. I think that it's really important to own your own journey. It needs to be purposeful and you need to feel like you belong, and that's what we try and encourage here in the cycling team.
It's super encouraging. Everyone who does it is really lovely, and you almost find lifelong friends that you're going to continue cycling with in school and out of school as well.
I've made lots of friendships. Everyone's just so nice, and you just get those bonds, and in the train of people on road, you just get to know everyone.
Balancing the need for participation and the drive for high performance is really critical in cycling. Cycling's a major sport in New Zealand. We have a lot of Olympic medals from the cycling team, and so here in Cambridge at the Grassroots Trust Velodrome, we're literally in the home of cycling, so success is visible every day. Go Johnny! I believe cycling encompasses body, mind and spirit perfectly. To ride a bike you have to be focused, you have to be determined, you have to know what's going on in your surroundings, but it's also quite a relaxed sport.
A lot of being out on the road is being involved in some traffic occasionally. We're lucky enough in Cambridge and our locational context to not have too much of that. The ability to communicate, you end up next to someone when you're riding in a train, you have to be able to talk to them, you get to know them, have a good time, and I think it turns it into a social event and helps that time pass by really quickly, which is great.
It's really a sport for holistic development. You have to think while you're riding your bike. It's very social, you'll always meet other people.
Cycling doesn't have to be anything huge, you can go out for a really easy mountain bike around our school ring road or into town. We've got heaps of different cycling pathways really near school, and take it as easy or as hard as you want to, really.
Everybody belongs, everybody's here for their own purpose, but for the purpose of the whole team as well. Having a facility like this, the velodrome, and some great trails and mountain bike tracks here in Cambridge means there's always an opportunity to ride your bike.
Here we are back in the velodrome. Just I see a little bit of action going on down by the podium there. Hopefully not too far away from concluding getting the presentation underway and then concluding the session, which will give us all a bit of a chance to have a breather. As I try and untangle myself from about 3 headsets going on. Just a couple of videos you probably got to see there. St. Peter's, right next door to the velodrome, have a great cycling program. Rushley is probably at home. She might still be watching this. I know she sent me a text earlier on. She looks after the St. Peter's program, and they have, as you saw, a big squad of cyclists. It's a great spot for riding. Here we go. Medal ceremony underway. So I'll hand you over to Hanu.
New Zealand, the People and Culture lead. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing New Zealand, Shayla Sayers. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Australia, Sienna Monteith. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2026 Under-19 Women's Elimination Oceania champion representing New Zealand, Lilia Keast. Will also receive the champion's jersey. Don't let it touch the ground. Congratulations to Lily, Sienna and Shayla. Excellent race. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the Under-19 men elimination will now take place. Medals again presented by Sally Miller, Cycling New Zealand People and Culture lead. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Australia, William Brown. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing New Zealand, Benson Boys. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2026 Under-19 Men's Elimination Oceania champion representing Australia, Oliver Ward. Congratulations to Oliver, Benson and William, our Oceania champion and medalists.
Okay, that wraps up the feed for today. Sorry, we were just turning off some cameras. Hope you've had a good session with us here, and we'll see you all again at session 4 at 5 o'clock.